you can make it real.
And here we are with Mars Perseverance, 51 years later, getting ready to do the first ever Mars return mission.
Eventually, we can bring those samples back to Earth and determine for the very first time, did life exist on Mars?
In less than an hour, NASA's 300 million mile journey from America's shore to Jezero Crater on Mars will begin with the launch of this Atlas V rocket into space. And at the top of that rocket, with a beautiful sunrise and shrouded by that protective fairing, is the Perseverance rover headed to Mars, ready to ride a column of fire and smoke on its way to the red planet. What a beautiful morning here on the Space Coast. Welcome, everyone. Behind us, the star of the show. This is a life-size mock-up of the Perseverance rover, which is just like the one we are launching to space. Hi, everyone. I'm Daryl Nail.
And I'm Mujige Cooper. In the 50 minutes leading up to launch, we will show you how this mission will reach and search for ancient microscopic life on Mars and test new technologies critical to the ultimate goal, future human missions to Mars.
That's right. And we've got the rocket on the pad, and it is ready to go. A beautiful day outside. We're L-47 minutes and counting until launch. And so far, the countdown to Mars is on track. We've got great weather, the rocket's looking good, and it puts us on track for a launch at 7:50 a.m. Eastern Time, the beginning of a 2-hour window.
In today's coverage, we will hear Grammy Award winner Gregory Porter. We'll talk live with Derek Muller of the YouTube channel Veritasium, along with the aerospace engineers, scientists, and a NASA astronaut.
Oh, it's going to be a great show.
Yes.
I love it. I love it. And we have teams from coast to coast, folks, helping us count down to Mars. We will go live to the Atlas Spaceflight Operations Center, just a few miles away from us.
And we'll go live to California, to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, where the Mars 2020 mission team is standing by to communicate with Perseverance after it gets to space.
And of course, we are here to tell you what the Perseverance mission is all about. It's an exciting day for all of us here. So we want to walk you through what you will see next during the countdown and the rocket launch. So let's send it over to Joshua Santora and Mick Wiltman, who are with the ULA and Launch Services program teams. Gentlemen.
Hey, good morning, Daryl. I'm Joshua Santora, and I am here at Atlas Spaceflight Operations Center, joined by Mick Wiltman from NASA's Launch Services program. Mick, you excited to go to Mars?
I am excited to go to Mars this morning, Josh. This is a great day. The sunrise out there looks awesome on this rocket, and ready for a great launch today. Thanks for having me on the show.
Man, happy to have you along, providing a ton of good context as we go through. Before we dive into the story of Perseverance, we want to give you a preview of what's ahead today in the countdown. Things really got going this morning just after midnight, actually, and Atlas V is just about ready to fly. In a few more minutes, we're going to get the final check of the weather, and that weather report should be coming back really positive. It's been great all morning. We have the terminal count ahead after that. We will be proceeding through the last few minutes of the countdown, and then the drama will be at its peak at launch when the clock strikes 0, the engines ignite, and the spacecraft and rocket take flight. After successfully passing through Max Q just shy of 2 minutes into flight, the solid rocket boosters will be expended and will be jettisoned. Nearly 2 more minutes, and the payload fairing, what you might call the nose cone of the rocket that has been protecting Perseverance, will no longer be needed. It will split in 2 halves and fall away from the accelerating vehicle. 1 minute later, the Atlas booster will have finished its task of lifting Perseverance above Earth's atmosphere and being on the way to orbit. It too will separate, exposing the Centaur RL-10 upper stage engine that will almost immediately begin its first burn that lasts approximately 7 minutes. After coasting for more than 30 minutes, the second burn, lasting around 8 minutes, will take Perseverance out of Earth orbit and into solar orbit on its way to Mars. That sets up spacecraft separation and the final milestone we're hoping to hear this morning, the acquisition of signal. And I say hoping to intentionally because it's quite possible that Perseverance will be in perfect condition, but we won't make contact during the broadcast. So lots more to come, lots ahead. But Daryl, we're going to throw it back over to you now to tell us more about this amazing mission.
All right, thank you, Joshua and Mick. We've got a lot of really smart people and talented people that we're going to be talking to today. But let's begin with a scientist who's coming up in just a bit. I want to talk a little bit about Mujige Cooper, who's here. She is a planetary protection lead for this mission. Thank you so much. You've been working on this for a while, Moo.
Yes, this has been 7 years in the making, and I'm so excited to share this moment with you and with those that are viewing today. I'm just ecstatic.
It's fantastic, and we're in a launch period. People probably want to know, why are we launching today? Why are we launching right now? We're in a period that only comes around once every 2 years.
Yeah.
Explain that.
The orbits of Earth and Mars are on the same side of the sun so that we can reach that destination with less fuel. So it's the best time. Short journey, less power.
We like that. And we're studying the climate, the geology, and searching for ancient life. But Moo, what kind of life are we talking about here?
Well, when we search, we're not going to find dinosaur fossils, right? We're likely,
No?
unfortunately, likely we're going to find it in the form of microscopic life.
We're hoping
Ancient
to.
life.
We're
Hoping.
Yeah, we don't know if it's there, right?
Yeah, don't know.
Okay, well, that's why we're going.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Moo. And back here on Earth, our friends at Twitter are celebrating Mars 2020 in a very special way we want to let you know about. Check this out. If you tap the like icon on any tweet containing the hashtag countdown to Mars, you'll see an animation brighten up your screen. You can check it out. Also, the like button itself has a special little animation that you can see right there in the corner. See that? Did you see that one? The little sun and the rocket?
You should
went
hit
around
it there.
That's right. You just hit it and it goes.
Oh, there you go.
It will also work in any language from our partner countries, including Spanish, French, Norwegian, and Italian.
Wow, that is pretty incredible.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah. And despite the daunting challenges, NASA has a long history of missions to Mars, going all the way back to 1965 with the Mariner 4 spacecraft.
Yeah, we've covered a lot of ground on Mars since then. So let's head out to California and join JPL's Raquel Villanueva. Raquel, what can you share about our history of exploring Mars?
Well, Daryl, in the past, we explored the Red Planet with orbiters and landers, but it was the ability to move around Mars with rovers that truly helped unlock its secrets. Today, I'm joined by Perseverance Deputy Project Manager Jennifer Trosper. She has worked on every single Mars rover mission for the past 3 decades. Now, Jennifer, how does today's launch fit into the history of exploring Mars?
Well, we have always been interested in Mars because it's the thing that's most like Earth that we know of. And it's a little bit different today, and so understanding what happened to Mars will help us understand more about our solar system and also more about Earth. Now, as we said, Mars exploration started in 1965 with the Mariner spacecraft flying by Mars. And in 1975, we actually landed the Viking 1 lander on the surface of Mars. And then after that, we started sending orbiters with more sophisticated instruments. Those instruments would do global mapping. They'd find the minerals. They'd find the topography of Mars. They'd actually study the weather of Mars. But we found out that those orbiters needed partners. They needed partners to go down to the surface of Mars and explore like a geologist on Earth would, where he walks around and takes pictures and maybe she takes some measurements. That's what these rovers needed to do, and that's really what started the Mars rover program for us. Our very first rover we sent in 1997. It was a Sojourner rover. Sojourner weighed about 25 pounds and drove all of about 400 feet. But she really showed us what value a rover on Mars could have. And so then the Mars program started the Follow the Water theme to try to understand Mars better. And the first 2 rovers that were sent to Mars to follow the rover were Spirit and Opportunity. They landed on opposite sides of Mars in 2004, and they drove 30 miles combined. And they both found evidence that there had been water on Mars in the past. But we still weren't sure whether that water fostered an environment that was good for life. And so then we sent Curiosity in 2012. The Curiosity rover was big, it had a big robotic arm, it had a drill, it had a science lab in the front. And Curiosity was trying to understand the habitability of Mars. Could Mars have ever fostered life? Could life have ever grown on Mars? And within months of Curiosity landing on the surface, she actually found an ancient habitable environment on Mars. But we still don't know if life ever did form on Mars, and that's the goal of the Perseverance mission.
Wow. Thanks, Jennifer. And now that we understand how each rover mission helps shape the other, let's get to know Perseverance.
You know, Mars is the closest place that we can reach with robotic exploration that we think had a really good chance of having ancient life.
The Perseverance rover will land at a location called Jezero Crater. Jezero Crater is a very interesting place. It's a crater that once held a lake.
There are a lot of craters on the surface of Mars that could have once hosted ancient lakes, but not every crater that we think had a lake actually preserves evidence that that lake was there.
It had an inflow channel and it had an outflow channel. That means it was filled. The crater was filled with water.
In Jezero, we have probably one of the most beautifully preserved delta deposits on Mars in that crater.
The major goal of the Perseverance mission is to investigate astrobiology on Mars, and in particular, to address the question of whether life ever existed on Mars. The Perseverance rover starts with a design that's very similar to Curiosity, but we've added to it a whole new set of science instruments. And these science instruments were purposefully selected to help us in the search for biosignatures.
We're going to be taking microphones with us. For the first time, we're going to have that human sense on another planet.
Perseverance carries with her a grand experiment in spacefaring technology, a helicopter, the name of which is now Ingenuity.
One of the major upgrades that Perseverance has from Curiosity is that it's able to self-drive for a distance of up to 200 meters per day. As the rover is driving, it's literally building the map of the road it's driving on Mars.
Scientists for years have told us that to really unlock the secrets of Mars, we have to bring samples from Mars back to Earth.
So what Mars 2020 is going to do is to drill samples, put them in small tubes. We're going to seal it in its own individual tube. We set them on the surface to provide a target for the second two missions, which hopefully will get in development in the next several years and could potentially get the samples back to Earth by 2031.
Perseverance is a very, very profound first step in both our understanding of our place in the universe and a stepping stone towards human exploration on Mars.
And a great breakdown of the rover there. Welcome back to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where our next Mars rover will be propelled into space by an Atlas V rocket. And a man who leads the company tasked with safely getting Perseverance off this planet is Tory Bruno. He is the CEO and president of United Launch Alliance. We appreciate you being here, Tory, this morning.
Oh, happy to be here.
How is the launch team doing? How are you doing?
Well, the launch team is doing great. They've been on station for hours. They're calm. They're confident. They're going through the script. I'm a little nervous, but I always get nervous before all of my 400 launches so far.
Wow. You get a little nervous. Why do you get nervous?
Well, you know, a rocket is such an incredibly powerful and complex machine. Everything has to go right. Nothing can go wrong. And it's just, it never gets old. It's always the same.
It's always exciting.
Yes.
And this is a particularly exciting mission. Talk a little bit about that. This is the largest and heaviest rover that we've ever sent to the Red Planet. So how did you configure your rocket to do this launch effectively?
Yeah, this is our second most powerful Atlas, the 541. We call it the Dominator. It's got 4 giant SRBs, each putting out 350,000 pounds of thrust to augment the center core. And so it has got the power to get out there to Mars, as well as the precision. It's the most accurate rocket in the world, because when we let it go, it's got about 200 million miles to travel on that transfer orbit.
And precision is key.
That is right, yes. So the power source for the Mars rover is a contained radioactive battery. I've seen it up close, and we had to alter the way we behaved around that. Yes. How has that changed your team's efforts?
Oh yes, the operations around that are completely different. Now, we have a lot of experience with these. We've flown all of America's RTGs, and we're the only provider that is certified to handle them. Yeah. But, you know, it is still 11 pounds of plutonium, as you saw. Yeah. And in this particular case, the one very special thing was to install it in the VIF, where we would normally never breach the containment around the spacecraft, because it has to be clean and biological free. Right. But we created a portable clean room and brought this nuclear battery out and installed it in the machine while keeping everything perfect.
Awesome. Can you explain what the VIF is, actually, before I let that go?
The VIF is the Vertical Integration Facility. So these rockets are so gigantic, we build them in a factory, but we can't assemble them there. Atlas and Perseverance are standing 20 stories proud right now on the pad. So they come to Canaveral in pieces on our rocket ship, and then we assemble them in the Vertical Integration Facility. And normally the last thing would be to bring an encapsulated, under the fairing, perfectly clean and prepared spacecraft and put it on top, which we did, but then we opened it to install the MMRTG battery.
Now that came later in the process, and that was intentional.
Yes.
You mentioned there's a certification for who certifies the rocket?
So NASA certifies the rocket, and then NASA and the Department of Energy certify a provider like us to handle a nuclear payload because of all these special requirements.
Very good. You know, when you were preparing for this mission, you couldn't have imagined, a year ago that you would have a coronavirus pandemic wreaking havoc on this state. How did you handle that, and how did you overcome it?
Yes, well, the one big lesson learned here is you can't buy back time. So when this broke out, our response was early, it was aggressive, and fortunately it was effective. So we did all the things you might be familiar with. We wipe down every surface every hour, we deep clean every evening, we are wearing PPE, we have our teams spread out, we actually change the flow of the work to keep our people safe, but to also keep these vitally important missions going. And of course, I can't say enough about our team. They're so disciplined and so courageous to persevere through all of this, and now to make our third launch under all of these mitigations. I'm just so proud of them.
Well, Tori Bruno, CEO of United Launch Alliance, we appreciate you being here, sharing your knowledge with us. Good luck with the rocket launch today, and enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Go Atlas, go Perseverance.
All right.
The countdown to Mars is well underway. Let's go to our launch commentator team for an update on the pre-launch efforts and a weather forecast. Joshua?
Hey, thanks, Moo. Operations this morning have been really pretty quiet. Mick, can you tell us what's transpired to get the rocket to the point that it is today, right at this moment?
Yeah, actually, Josh, it's great to have a quiet countdown this morning. That means really good things for us here in the ASOC. But the teams did come on station today about midnight. They got on station, started configuring the launch vehicle, getting it ready for fueling, as we've been listening to them fuel the first stage Atlas with LOX and the second stage Centaur upper stage with cryogenics. The team continues to do that. They've checked out the avionics, the electrical systems. They've also done a flight termination system check with the range. So all systems are looking nominal, and the team is now currently in their T-4 and holding and just assessing the telemetry and the launch vehicle as we get ready to lift off this morning.
Yeah, and it is a programmed hold, so this is part of the plan. This is not anything going wrong. We do have a 2-hour window today, but everything is charging ahead towards that 7:50 a.m. Eastern liftoff time. We want to introduce you to a few of the teams involved this morning. We want to start with the U.S. Space Force. They're responsible for the range operations and weather activities. So, Mick, tell me about the range really fast before we get this weather briefing in just a few seconds.
Yes, the United States Space Force is responsible for public and personnel safety here at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station and Kennedy Space Center, where we're launching from. So a very important part of the mission today. They are one of 5 teams that are working with us to launch Mars Perseverance on its way this morning. And an important part of that, not only public safety, but is they also do weather for us to make sure that everything looks good. As we saw that sunrise this morning come up right behind, everything is looking good. So.
RC, LC, that one. RC, conduct weather briefing on Channel 8 weather conference.
Roger.
Sorry, we thought we were going to get that for you live, and apparently the audio is on another channel. Forgive us.
We should be looking at a visible satellite image. We have now mostly clear skies, a few clouds off to the east over the water. We were monitoring one cell on the radar 10 miles to our southeast, which has dissipated, so things are looking great for launch. We are go on all LCCs and expected to remain go through the count. Our temperature is currently 80 degrees. Could climb to 82 by the end of the window. Winds are currently from 220, 8 knots sustained with peaks to 10 knots. 10% POV for the cumulus cloud rule. Proton flux is at normal background levels and expected to remain so through the count. This concludes the weather brief unless there are any questions.
All right, so I think we're in good shape. We heard a great report there. Again, hearing the go on all LCCs, launch.
Absolutely.
LCC.
Launch commit criteria.
I can never remember the second C. Appreciate that. So tell us about the T clock, because obviously we mentioned we're at T-minus 4 minutes and holding, so we have a difference here in these two clocks today.
Yeah, so the teams actually are working to two different clocks. The L clock, or what we call the launch time, or L-minus time, is the real-time clock, which continues to count down towards liftoff. T-time, that's the clock that the team uses for operational sequences of events in the procedure. This time has built-in holds in it, one of which we're in right now, 30-minute hold, which allows the team to adjust things that they need to do throughout the countdown tonight. So the L clock will continue counting down, and what's unique about this is at L-4 or T-4 as we pick up the count, these two clocks will sync up and we will count down to liftoff this morning.
One of the things we want to kind of piggyback off of the weather briefing for is to talk about the power source for Perseverance. Perseverance actually has a nuclear battery, which that might be a little bit alarming for people to hear that. It's not a nuclear reactor, it's a nuclear battery, and it's actually something that has been developed by the Department of Energy for this kind of a purpose. It's a multi-mission radioisotope thermoelectric generator, which is a mouthful, but it's an MMRTG. It's roughly the size of a 5-gallon bucket, and it is designed to actually how does this actually produce power for the robot?
So it's using nuclear material inside, right, to generate the electricity that's there. Starting off the mission today, it'll be about 110 watts of power that provides the spacecraft as we lift off. And it'll provide power for Mars Perseverance throughout its whole mission life. So that's the unique thing about this battery source that's pretty neat, is that it will continue for the whole time.
Yeah. The Atlas V has a perfect launch record, so it's in good shape. So we're not expecting any problems, but if there were a contingency today, we'd want you to stay with us to talk through some of the details, and we'd be providing advisories. We have teams that have been focused on this specifically, and they're working towards making sure that everybody is safe, and our robotic explorers are safe as well. So that's going to do it for now. A great weather briefing. We'll send it back over to you, to Daryl and Moo.
Thanks, Joshua. With the countdown to Mars well underway, we want to take a moment to honor our country with the singing of America the Beautiful.
We are proud to present to you now two-time Grammy Award-winning singer Gregory Porter. Lori Glaze, come on down.
Good morning.
For spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesty, above the fruited plain. America, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good and brotherhood from sea to shining sea. America, God shed His grace on thee and crown fatherhood from sea to shining sea.
The beautiful baritone voice of Grammy Award-winning singer Gregory Porter. That was outstanding.
It was so emotional. Ah,
If
really
I
great.
could launch the rocket right now after that, see some rockets, red glare, it's perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Porter. We appreciate that. So, Perseverance will seek to unlock many mysteries about Mars, but remote scientific instruments can only go so far.
Joining us now to talk about returning Mars samples back to Earth is Dr. Lori Glaze, Director of NASA's Planetary Science Division. Thank you so much for joining us today.
It's my pleasure. Happy to be here.
Yeah. First, can you talk to us about the value of studying Mars samples here on Earth?
You bet. So one of the most exciting parts of this mission, of course, is that we're going to drill samples that we're going to go back to Mars and pick up and bring back to Earth. And part of the reason for that is, or the main reason is, that we can only go so far with the instruments that we have on the rover. They're wonderful, it's a great suite, but nothing compared to the state-of-the-art instruments in the laboratories around the world. So we really want to get those precious samples back here so that we can do that really in-depth analysis of the samples here. In addition to that, not only do we want to study them now, today, with those state-of-the-art instruments and facilities, we can preserve actually most of the sample for decades, and that will allow us to use future instruments that haven't even been invented yet, or answer questions we haven't even thought of yet. So it's really important to get those samples back here.
And could we confirm life if it is there with the instruments we have on the rover, or would that actually happen back on Earth?
I fully expect we won't be able to make that real determination until they're back here on Earth. We expect with the instruments we have on board to be able to detect biosignatures and the types of things that say, yes, this is a sample that may contain evidence of past life in the sample, but I think it'll be very difficult to confirm that until we actually get the samples back here on Earth.
Speaking of getting them back here to Earth, the key part of this, how will you do that?
That's a great question. We're already starting work on that next mission called Mars Sample Return. We think it's going to launch. We're planning for a launch in 2026. This is a really complex mission. It's going to require 2 launches from Earth and 1 launch from Mars in order to get those samples back here.
Wow.
We're working really closely with the European Space Agency, our core partners on this mission. So we'll have a launch from the U.S., which will launch a sample return lander that will land on the surface carrying a fetch rover that will go out and pick up the samples, bring them back, load them into a rocket, the Mars Ascent Vehicle, and launch them into orbit around Mars. At the same time, when we launched from Earth, the Europeans are also launching an orbiter from Earth that will be in orbit around Mars, and it will capture those samples with that orbiter. We're going to capture them, and then it will make its return trip back to Earth, release them, and they'll come down and land in the Utah desert, where we will then safely carry them and put them in the curation facility.
Wow, what a process.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That is so amazing. Thank you so much, Lori, for joining us today. We appreciate
My
your time.
pleasure.
Enjoy the launch. Get a
I'm
view.
gonna. Yeah, go Perseverance, go Ingenuity.
Awesome.
Thank you, Lori. Well, in the early 1900s, the Wright brothers proved powered flight was possible on Earth. Now, NASA plans to test a powered flight on Mars with an ingenious helicopter. So, let's get back out to California now. And Raquel, the Martian atmosphere is 99% less dense than here on Earth, so this is no easy task to fly on Mars.
It is, Daryl. Now, hitching a ride on the Perseverance rover is an exciting technology demonstration. The Mars Ingenuity helicopter. Now, if successful, it would mark the first time humans have taken powered flight on another planet. Ingenuity's project manager, Mimi Ung, joins us now to talk about the set of milestones Ingenuity needs to hit in order to take flight on Mars.
Hi, by the way, we just had an earthquake in this room. But anyway, with that, Mars Helicopter Tech Demo is motivated by the potential of adding the aerial dimension to space exploration. In the future, a helicopter can serve as a scout for rovers and astronauts. A helicopter can get us to places of high scientific interest that cannot be reached today. It's not easy to build a rotorcraft for flight at Mars. The atmosphere there is very thin, about 1% compared to that at Earth. So a helicopter for Mars has to be very light and have a rotor system that can spin very fast. Behind me is the full-scale model of Mars Helicopter Ingenuity. It's very light, 1.8 kilograms, about 4 pounds. It's capable of flying through the thin atmosphere of Mars and is capable of surviving and operating autonomously. There is a set of milestones between now and Ingenuity's first flight. The very first one is when we turn on the helicopter and the base station to check their health. First time operating in true space environment. The next major milestone will be when Perseverance rover deploys Ingenuity helicopter to the surface. The deployment will also mark the first moment the helicopter starts to work on its own in a standalone manner. It will never return to the rover. And the first major milestone then will be the helicopter surviving the first cold Martian night, about minus 90 degrees Celsius. And we've designed the helicopter to keep itself warm. So we've planned for up to 5 flights in the 30 Martian days that have been set aside for our flight experiments. The flight data we get from the helicopter will inform our team the health of the helicopter and performance of each flight. The data could also include a few color photos. First ever photos of Martian terrain taken from aerial vantage. That would be true icing on our cake.
Cake, Mimi, thank you. And you're right, we did have a little bit of a shakeup, but everything seems to be okay right here so far. And we look forward to Ingenuity's first flight. And with that, let's head back to KSC as we continue the countdown to Mars.
All right, thank you, Raquel. When the name Perseverance was chosen for the rover, our country was in the early stages of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the name is also a fitting description of what NASA teams needed to get this rover to the pad on time. Joining us now is NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine. Thank you very much for being here, Jim. Perseverance is meaning a lot, and that includes recently a 3.9 earthquake that we have reports of in California.
Yeah.
We just saw our own Mimi Ung. She said things were rattling there. So we are persevering a lot.
Good thing we're not launching from Vandenberg today.
Hey, you're absolutely right about that. Things looking good here in Florida. I want to ask you, why did you choose to move NASA forward on this launch in the midst of a global pandemic?
Oh, well, there's a number of reasons, but I think the biggest thing is, the public wants to see the United States of America and our international partners do stunning things. And we have a history of doing amazing things in the most challenging times. And this is no different. So look, here's the other challenging thing with Mars in general. We can only go to Mars once every 26 months when literally the planets are aligned. And if we miss this launch window, it would cost us $500 million to store this vehicle for the next 2 years. And so there's a lot of reasons to go forward. Some of it is financial. The NASA budget. And then the other big reason is Americans want to see us continue to do big things. I want to be really clear, though. We have made sure that all along this process, if somebody didn't feel comfortable working on this project, they had the option to not work on this project. And I will tell you, we didn't find that very often, if at all. Mm-hmm. I will also say that our highest priority was the safety of our people. And we wanted them to know that if they come to work, they're going to be safer at work than they would be if they stayed at home. And of course the personal protective equipment, the social distancing, the changing of schedules in order to minimize people working on the vehicle at one time. All of these things were put into place as protective measures. But it is true, the name Perseverance, which was given to this robot by Alex Mather, who's a 7th grader in Virginia. Mm-hmm. This is all about perseverance. And going to Mars, as you said, going to Mars is all about persevering in general. Doing it now is more persevering than ever before.
Real quick, we've got a launch, of course, counting down. How are you feeling?
Well, nervous as always. This is a lot of money at the top of a rocket, and of course not just the money, but the entire life's work of so many, thousands of people. So look, it's going to be a good day. We're knocking on wood. Right. But it's going to be a good day for NASA.
Thank you very much for being here, Jim. Appreciate
Always.
your leadership.
Thank you. You bet.
All right.
Thank you so much. We are now at L-minus 14 minutes and counting. Let's check back in with Joshua and Mick, get an update on preparations to launch the rocket. Joshua, there's an important poll by the Launch Services Program happening soon, right?
Yes, absolutely. So the countdown is continuing. Obviously, a status report, we heard them talking about the earthquake, and everything is still good. We're hearing that on the back end that things are proceeding well. No no major issues or hiccups because of that. Everything going well. The savvy viewers out there will notice the clocks in motion, 2 clocks actually. The countdown clock there behind Daryl and Moo is at 4 minutes and holding. Excuse me, at T minus 4 minutes and holding. But the clock on your screen now is the L clock, and that is continuing to count down towards that 7:50 a.m. liftoff time.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Josh. As we talked earlier, the L time is the real-time clock that continues to count down to 0. At T minus 4 and counting, the 2 clocks, the T clock and the L clock, will sync up as the team continues to work their operational sequence events and the procedure. So the team is very focused this morning. As you already mentioned, the earthquake that was brought up, the team has assessed that and looked at it, and they're doing a great job and getting us to 0 this morning. So we mentioned the U.S. Space Force as one of the 5 teams earlier, and next up we have the NASA Launch Services Program team responsible for managing the launch, and we're going to hear a poll here from the NASA launch manager himself, Omar Baez. He's going to poll his team for their readiness to be able to report out in just a few minutes. So he's very punctual, so this should be coming right on time here in just a few seconds. Let's listen in now.
This is the NLM on the NLM net. Currently working, no issues on range or the launch vehicle. Weather is green, 10% chance of violation, and winds aloft look good for the entire window. The spacecraft did experience some earthquake activity at their control center in Pasadena, but appears to be ready to proceed. And with that, I would like to poll the team for final launch poll and spacecraft configuration. NASA CE.
NASA CE is go.
SMA.
SMA is go.
SMD.
SMD is go.
NASA Mission Manager.
NASA Mission Manager is go.
LSP.
LSP is go.
Copy. NASA team is ready to proceed.
All right, so we heard NASA team is ready to proceed. He even mentioned the weather in there, which is great, only a 10% chance of violation. Again, a big thank you to Jessica Williams of the U.S. Space Force 45th Space Wing.
I like the fact that we're working no issues this morning into this count. That's an important part that Omar brought up. And the team, one thing you need to understand about the NLM is it's a combined NASA team of spacecraft and engineering. So hearing all those goes is good this morning.
Yep, and we're going to keep moving because we got a lot to do still. We're going to throw it back out to you, Daryl.
All right, thank you very much, Joshua. Our NASA teams across the country overcame challenges caused by the COVID-19 outbreak, as you've heard so far, to get this Mars rover to the launch pad on time.
We are about to hear from workers at centers in California and Florida who took every imaginable precaution while managing to get this vital work done.
When I saw the country shutting down, I thought for sure there is no way we're going to be able to continue this.
It's something that nobody expected. It's something that nobody could plan for.
Rather than your first priority being mission success and getting to the launch pad, your first priority immediately gets displaced, and it's now the safety of the people.
I was seriously thinking Mars would be Mars 2022.
It took a lot of work to put stuff together in order to keep momentum going, to keep people working safely, keep them healthy, and to keep the project on schedule.
There's no doubt that working in isolation, not virtual isolation, but in physical isolation from everyone else, is a challenge.
It's hard for me. I have 2 young kids. Sometimes I'm not able to focus or listen probably as well as I would want to.
A lot of our work was occurring in a clean room anyways, but that meant that even before we entered the clean room, we had to find ways of ensuring that we were not putting ourselves or others at risk.
Most of the time for these missions, our relation with the spacecraft customer is incredibly important. So usually we're able to be here working beside them on their equipment and making sure that all of their needs are covered even before they ask for it. It is a challenge, but we're used to meeting unique requirements here at the hangar, and we pride ourselves in our flexibility.
This is just another mission, just with a different set of obstacles that we have to overcome. It might not be, like a broken rocket, but it's it's got its own challenges.
Our job is to go into the unknown, and this is just another example of the unknown. How to make this job happen when you're doing it largely through a computer screen.
I asked the team a couple months ago if they would like to do something to kind of symbolize and mark these challenges that we faced, and they designed something that we called a COVID-19 Perseverance plate that's now affixed to the port side of the rover. It has a globe representing all of us that face this challenge together, the spacecraft leaving the Earth on its way to Mars, and all of this supported by the now familiar staff and servant of the medical community. And we hope that this mission, in some small way, can inspire them in return. Pretty much everybody that I've talked to that's associated with the mission has said the same thing, which you could not have come up with a better name than Perseverance.
We have persevered through this. Nobody's given up. We won't get this mission done. We will get it done through the pandemic.
I think it's a really important symbol of humanity, hopefully persevering through this great challenging time that we have right now.
We appreciate that team as well as the medical community that really stepped up and helped. And it's ironic, Moo, because the name Perseverance was chosen by a 7th grader who at the time he submitted that name, he didn't know that we would be faced with a global pandemic. So we are glad to have him and his family here along with the student who named the helicopter to watch the launch in person.
Their names are Alexander Mather and Vaniza Rupani, and they are watching from the 5th floor balcony of our engineering building, just a stone's throw away from the countdown clock. Look at that, there they are, looking cool. Alexander Mather, who goes to Lake Braddock Secondary School in Burke, Virginia, submitted the winning essay to name our rover Perseverance.
Yeah, they've got a great view. I've seen it from up there. They've got the VAB in the background, as you can see there, so cool. It's such a beautiful setup for this awesome launch. And Vaniza, who you can see her, and they're waving. Hey guys, appreciate you. She's a junior at Tuscaloosa County High School in Northport, Alabama. She entered the contest as well and came up with the name Ingenuity for our helicopter that will accompany our rover to Mars. Thank you both for being here. What a neat view that is.
Yes.
All right, folks, with the coast phase coming up, we want to let you know that after the launch, it will be about an hour before Mars Perseverance separates from the second stage. When that happens, the rover will then be on its way to Mars, so hang in there.
Yeah, don't go away, as we will walk you through the flight around the Earth, and we'll talk live with the astronaut Zena Cardman about our human exploration ambitions and NASA's Associate Administrator of Science, Dr. Thomas Zurbuchen.
It's going to be great, folks, so stick around. It's L-6 minutes and 26 seconds now. And time to focus our attention on the launch operation the rest of the way to liftoff. So let's send it back out to Mick Woltman and Joshua Santora. Gentlemen.
Thank you. I want to let you listen into the remainder of this poll in motion. Let's go to that now.
Range coordinator. Clearly proceed. Launch director.
LD is go, and you have permission to launch.
Proceeding with the count. ALC, verify T0 is set for 1150 Zulu.
So 11:50 Zulu. That is 7:50 a.m. Eastern time. So that time is correct.
As I'm watching Josh do the calculations on his finger there.
Get my advocates out. No. So there's a lot to come ahead. One of the things coming up in just a few seconds.
5 minutes, 30 seconds.
NSC.
Go, NSC.
Spacecraft on internal power and timer set for T0 of 1150 Zulu.
Roger. OS, start list data capture.
Roger.
Fantastic.
All steps are complete prior to terminal count. LC switch is ready.
Awesome. So things are really starting to pick up here. You're going to hear more and more chatter on those nets there. That call was to say that Perseverance is powered and ready to go, which is a phenomenal call.
Yeah, a couple things happened during that time, right? Launch conductor, ULA's launch conductor, Scott Barney, polled the whole ULA team. They were all go. We got to hear
the third of our 5 teams.
The third of our 5 teams. We got to hear the end of that where the range was clear to proceed, and ULA's launch director, Bill Cullen, gave the authority to go for launch this morning at 7:50 a.m. Then we got to hear from the JPL spacecraft team that they are
the fourth team
that they are on internal power, and timers are set. They are targeting a liftoff of 7:50 a.m. this morning. So all things are looking good for us, Joshua, this morning. It's so, we talk about being nervous and excited. This is right here where we're nervous and excited.
Yes.
There are a lot of things happening as we get ready to count down to the liftoff this morning. We have about 15 seconds left in this hold before we pick up the count.
Yeah, we're going to listen into that. The fifth team, the one we haven't mentioned yet, is the Department of Energy, who is responsible for the MMRTG, the power source for Perseverance.
3, 2, 1, mark.
Awesome. So this is now the terminal countdown. This is that time when things become more and more automated over the next few minutes, and the energy's building, but the focus is increasing exponentially.
Yeah, as Tori said during his interview, you know, the teams are very disciplined, very focused on what they're doing, the operational sequence of events that they're following. They are making sure everything happens, especially in this T-4 and counting period, because there's a lot of things they have to do. They have to finish topping the vehicle, make sure that all the tanks, first stage, second stage on Centaur, are at flight pressures and full of fuel, ready to go for this morning. They have to make sure the FTS system is armed and ready for personnel safety just in case, so that the range can do that. They have to check the electrical and avionics systems. They have to make sure that the flight computer has all the information it needs to place Mars 2020 into the orbit it has to. So a lot of things going on. Exciting time for the team right now, but again, staying focused and following that procedure they've got.
3 minutes.
As we look ahead to post-liftoff, want to kind of preview for you what's going to happen, because there's going to be a lot going on. You're not going to hear much from us. You'll actually be hearing from the ULA flight commentator, Jesse Gonzalez. He'll be kind of giving those calls past liftoff that will walk us through maximum dynamic pressure and into SRB separation, and then into fairing separation, booster separation, and then the first main engine ignition of the Centaur,
yes.
RL-10. And so then you'll kind of hear us jump back in and help provide some more context to what's going on. We encourage you to stay with us for the rest of the show. There's a ton more content we have to bring you, and we are far from over. Want to emphasize that the countdown to Mars is not done at 0 today. The countdown to Mars ends in February, when Mars 2020 safely delivers Perseverance and Ingenuity to the surface of the red planet. So we're going to let you listen in now and enjoy the last couple minutes of the process of launching a rocket.
One minute 59.
Vehicle internal.
1 minute 55.
Launch sequencer start.
1 minute 50.
Securing Centaur LH2.
Securing Centaur LO2.
So there we heard the fueling is
1
wrapping
minute
up.
40.
Yep, fueling is wrapping
Launch
up.
enabled.
Team is gone. Launch enable's
137.
done. Launch conductor sequence is ready to go. They're getting ready to turn the vehicle over to auto
FPS
sequence at T-minus 31 seconds. So that's a big thing that they're getting done here. At T-minus 25 seconds, we will hear the team give their final goes that everything is ready and
1
the
minute
launch
20.
vehicle is ready to lift off and
OCU
perform
armed.
this mission.
SCS count started.
1 minute 15.
Produce CCS for launch. Roger.
1 minute 10.
Vent valves locked.
One minute.
Rock, report range status.
Range green.
That's good to hear, Joshua, right there.
Public safety there is accounted for, the FTS system. There you see on your screen a beautiful shot. The skies look great. There's little wind happening. You'd be able to see more of the venting. If there were wind, the trail of that venting. So we're ready to go.
And actually, that's an important point. The reason we don't see that
Stable
venting
at
is the
F3.
vent valves have been locked up to put flight pressure into the tanks. And as we just heard, they're stable at step 3, which means the tanks are ready to go. And here at about 5 seconds, we will hear the team
ECS reduced for launch.
give their final go.
25 seconds.
Status check. Go Atlas.
Go Centaur.
Go Mars 2020.
There we go. We are ready to go lift off this morning, Joshua.
Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4. Engine ignition. 2, 1, 0. Release and liftoff. As the countdown to Mars continues, the perseverance of humanity launching the next generation of robotic explorers to the red planet.
And Atlas TU has gone to closed loop control. Coming up on 30 seconds into flight, the RD-180 is throttling down as expected. Engine response looks good. And Mach 1, Atlas 5 is now supersonic. And passing 45 seconds into flight, vehicle is now passing through max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. And passing 1 minute into flight, the RD-180 is throttling back up as expected. Engine response looks good. At this time in flight, the SRB chamber pressures remain nominal. The RD-180 pump speed and fuel injector pressures are responding well to demands on the engine. Standing by for SRB burnout shortly. And we have burnout on all 4 SRBs. Burnout pressure signatures look good. Standing by for SRB jettison shortly. And we have a good indication of SRB jettison of all 4 SRBs. And the vehicle has gone to closed loop guidance. Vehicle body rates are responding nominally at this time. And coming up on 2.5 minutes into flight, the RD-180 is throttled down slightly as expected. Engine response continues to look good. At this time, the vehicle is 50 miles in altitude, 85 miles downrange, traveling at 6,000 miles per hour. And the Centaur reaction control system is now pressurizing to flight levels. And just past 3 minutes into flight, the RD-180 is now throttling to maintain a constant 2.5 G acceleration limit for payload fairing jettison. Engine response and vehicle acceleration look good. And we have good indication of payload fairing jettison and Centaur forward load reactor deck jettison. And the RD-180 is throttling back up to attain a 4.6 G acceleration. Engine response continues to look good. And Centaur has begun the boost phase chill down sequence to thermally condition the RL-10 for operation. Standing by for BECO shortly.
BECO is the call for booster engine.
And we have BECO, booster engine cutoff, standing by for stage separation. And we have good indication of Atlas Centaur separation.
So there you're seeing live footage.
And we have Mach 1. RL-10 operating parameters look good. Chamber pressures are stable. This will be the first of 2 burns for today's mission. This first burn will be approximately 7 minutes in length.
So, Mick, that's pretty exceptional footage there. That's live video. We will see that switch over shortly into an animation that kind of helps let us know what's happening with the rocket. But right there, a beautiful liftoff. Fun to feel that rumble in the building here as we proceed towards orbit and then towards Mars destination.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great watching an on-time liftoff of the Atlas V with that little over 2 million pounds of thrust. cleared the tower in roughly 5 seconds. Josh, you and I worked the InSight mission, and if you recall, that mission on the West Coast took about 17 seconds to get past tower. So with those 4 solids today, this thing really got out of here and on its way. And as we hear from Jesse, everything's looking nominal, and all vehicle parameters are within the design limits, and we're getting ready to come up on a main engine start for that first burn that Jesse was talking about.
Yeah, so recapping this countdown to Mars, the stations began to be filled up this morning just after midnight. Preparations, fuelings, powering up, all the way through that liftoff that happened, I think, Mick, it wasn't precisely on time. I think you said it was like 10 milliseconds early, so it's pretty much dead on.
Yeah, dead on. This team does a great job. As I said, they're very focused, very disciplined. As Tori also said, courageous. They have done a lot of work to get us to this point today through this pandemic, changed how they did some of their work, made adjustments as needed, a lot of cleaning, a lot of things, a lot of wearing their face masks, doing all kinds of things. And so this is an exciting time, not only for the JPL team in Mars 2020, but everybody that's worked this mission, and for the country and the agency. So this is exciting to see. We still have a long way to go, Joshua, before spacecraft separation.
Yeah, we had a really quiet countdown today, which is phenomenal, that we got off the ground on time. And we are proceeding now that we are in the middle of the first burn. It's tough to make out, but that engine is lit and it's firing. So we are in motion. There you go. There's that animation we talked about.
The telemetry there as we switch to a TDRS compatible data format.
TDRS.
Overall telemetry quality is very good.
The space tracking system. So there you go. This is not an actual video, but this is an animation that's driven by real data. So although we're not actually seeing the engine on screen right now, we can see that the engine is lit, and that is driven by the data that says that the engine is truly lit and we're in this burn.
Yeah, the launch vehicle continues to send telemetry to the launch team via the TDRS network, as you mentioned, and that allows them to continue to watch what's going on and make sure all their sequence of events meet their timeline. We continue on a nominal flight this morning. This first burn, as we heard earlier, will be about 6 minutes. This will get us into that park orbit around Earth, allow us to get on our way, and then get into that approximately 30-minute coast period that we're going to have.
8 minutes into flight, beginning to see the Centaur PU system balance out mass errors, seeing very stable body rates in the Centaur.
So we've mentioned 5 teams at play, and although if you were watching, hopefully you got a chance to see this in person, if not on camera, it's easy to kind of say, oh, it's over, like job done, but all 5 of these teams still very much engaged, still very much focused, because there's a lot of work ahead as we proceed through this first burn, and then a coast phase, like you mentioned, Mick, and then a second burn, and then spacecraft separation and the acquisition of signal from Mars 2020. So a lot more coming up here. Mick, I know for Launch Services Program, you guys manage the launch. So what does that mean? I mean, this is you guys' work in action right now.
By the way, that's the 5th team that we didn't get to mention. We talked about JPL, we talked about DOE, we talked about United States Space Force, and United Launch Alliance. LSP, we are like the brokers to select this launch vehicle and help with manage this mission. So we get our spacecraft customer, the JPL folks, they come to us. They have some certain requirements that they need for this mission. The Launch Services Program made up of engineers and flight analysis folks, and they look at everything, they help define those requirements, and then we go out and procure a vehicle from a commercial partner. In this case, it was the Atlas 541 for the Mars 2020 mission that was needed for performance, right? As you and I have talked over the last several days, Josh, one of the things that was important for us to look at was that performance, to be able to get Mars 2020 onto that transfer orbit into solar orbit to intercept Mars in 7 months. It's kind of analogous to a football game, right? With a quarterback trying to throw a pass downfield. You need a quarterback with a lot of performance who can get that ball down there where it needs to be, so the receiver can intercept that. In our case, 7 months later.
There you go. Yeah, it's the longest football pass ever. The Earth is the quarterback. The Atlas is the quarterback's arm. Perseverance is the football, and Mars is the receiver.
That's exactly right.
And what we also talked about is that technically, you could launch to Mars at any time if you had a rocket that was powerful enough. But this is the launch period every 26 months or so, as we've talked about, that makes the most sense because you require the least amount of energy to get to Mars, because it takes a lot to get there. Obviously, like the Atlas 541 is is a workhorse.
Yeah, as Tori said, it's their Dominator. Right?
There you go.
I love that name for the Atlas V 541. But we heard Jim Bridenstine, our NASA administrator, tell us that if we didn't make this launch period, we would be down for roughly 26 months.
It's
right?
tough.
So the period started July 17th and goes to August 15th. Today, July 30th, was one of those launch opportunities that we had. We had a 2-hour window, and within that window, we had several opportunities.
25 actually.
Yeah.
25 opportunities.
And we launched at the beginning of the window on our first opportunity to get Mars 2020 going on its way. And that, that sounds like a lot, and it is. The flight analysis group, both at JPL, LSP, and ULA, did a lot of work to pick out those target sets and figure out where we needed to be. So they've done a great job, and we'll see how this mission continues.
So, Mick, tell us about the 2 burns required here, and we're actually coming up on the end of the first one. Ultimately, a lot of people probably, and myself included at some point, just like, why wouldn't you just keep firing the engines? Just fire all the way through and get to Mars in one shot.
So the first burn gets us into that park orbit we talked about. We've lifted off, we've left Earth, we've got into a park orbit around Earth right now. And while we're in that park orbit, we will perform some maneuvers to kind of roll Mars Perseverance and the Centaur and coast during that time, basically setting itself up looking at the sun and away from the sun to control the thermal environments that are on Mars 2020 during this coast period. That coast period will allow us to coast around into the position that we need so that we can have that second firing to get the velocity needed to head off into Mars.
Yes, and we will be back for that second burn in just under 30 minutes now. But for now, there's more to learn about this mission and all the amazing science that's involved. Daryl, back to you.
All right. Thank you very much. Great launch and great job, guys. Back outside now to recap. An Atlas V rocket carrying Mars Perseverance rover launched on time from the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station at 7:50 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Incredible. After the rocket took flight, it separated from the first stage and was then boosted into orbit by the Centaur's second stage. Perseverance is now preparing for a second burn that will put it on a trajectory toward Mars. That's just incredible to say. It gives me goosebumps.
It really is. And we're so excited about that as well. And while we wait for that second burn, hang in there with us because we got a lot of exciting coverage to go. We're going to welcome in one of our launch guests, Dr. Derek Muller. He is the creator and host of the popular science education channel on YouTube called Veritasium. He also holds a doctorate in physics education, so he's really smart. And that's why you saw us kind of having some fun, because Derek was here on set. We're just having a good time talking about this launch, which I got to start off with that, Derek. Your first time seeing a launch in person, what'd you think?
I mean, what can you say? I have nothing to compare it to, but it was awesome, something I will never forget, and I definitely want to be invited back. So if you guys can make that happen, I mean, just so amazing.
You do a great job explaining physics. What did it feel like? Kind of walk me through as you were watching and experiencing it.
Well, it's like all the physics goes out the window a little bit. It's a very visceral moment between you and this very powerful craft. I think it's just amazing, all the engineering that goes into making something that's that powerful and yet that controlled, and to witness that is phenomenal. And then to feel the rumble of all that sound as it hits you, I found it an incredibly emotional experience. It's almost unbelievable to see it taking off. It's very surreal, that's for sure.
Nice. What excites you the most about the Perseverance rover?
Well, the Perseverance rover is going to do a lot of great science. So I'm excited, for example, that it's going to cache samples that we're going to bring back. Super excited that we're actually going to have samples from Mars in our hands. And I think that may clinch whether we can see that life is actually there. But I'm also super excited about Ingenuity, about the helicopter, which I got to visit out at JPL before it was strapped to the underbelly of the rover. And to think about flying a rotorcraft in, another world, essentially, in a place that only has 1/100th the Earth's atmosphere, it seems audacious, and I am impressed and amazed, and I can't wait to see if it works. I'm cautiously optimistic. I think the team is phenomenal.
And you did, in fact, a YouTube story on it, a piece on your channel, and did a fantastic job going to JPL.
I did, yeah, and I was just so lucky that it was like there, a meter or two away from me on the other side of a door in a clean room, and that was, one of the great moments of my life. Yeah,
that thing's going to Mars.
Exactly. Yeah, and it weighs like about as much as my laptop.
Yeah.
And you think about, it's substantial in its size, and it's going to go there and take off and fly all by itself, because of course we can't control it given the time delay and everything. That is, I just think, one of the pinnacles of human engineering.
Yes, absolutely. Now, this is going to do some big science as well. What are your thoughts on the search for ancient microbial life on another planet, Mars?
Well, I think chances are good that Mars once harbored life. It was so similar to Earth in the past. One can only expect, life probably sprung up there as well. But I'm really excited for us to get that confirmation, because I think it really transforms our ideas about life and how frequent it is. Right now, all we have is this sample size of one Earth with life. If we find another one, that's 100% more information and data, and I think it's likely that life will not be exactly like ours. And I think it'll be fascinating, everything we can learn about other potential forms of life just by finding life on another planet.
You seem to suggest that you think there is life.
I do. I mean, you have liquid water for, I don't know how many, half a billion or a billion years. On Earth, that was enough to create life. So, the guess is that's not a unique thing, right? I mean, the scientific hypothesis is you run that enough times, it's bound to lead to life again in other circumstances.
Dr. Derek Muller, we really appreciate you being here, YouTube creator with the channel Veritasium. We know you have a 2.5-week-old child your wife is holding down.
There are very few things that I could leave for, but this launch, that is one of them.
Thank you so much for doing so. Get a selfie with our full-size rover back here. You see that?
Please.
I definitely will.
Very good. Thank you so much.
There has been a lot of anticipation by NASA teams leading up to this launch, but some won't be able to fully celebrate until the rover has safely landed on Mars 7 months from now. Raquel, you're there with the Mars mission team at JPL in California. How are they reacting to seeing Mars 2020 take flight?
Well, Moo, it's been quite an eventful morning with the earthquake, but you could feel the energy building in the room in the run-up to launch. And now I'm with Bobby Braun, the Director for Planetary Science at JPL. Bobby, now that we've started our journey to Mars, can you tell me how you are feeling?
Wow, it's a great day. We're all so excited, and to get started in this way and to be on our way after all this work that the team has gone through. It's really just fantastic.
That's great. Now that Perseverance is off the launch pad, what are its next steps?
Yeah, well, we're almost on the path to Mars, if you will. The launch vehicle has done great so far. Our partners at ULA are just fantastic, and we're very happy to be working with them and for them to give us this boost so far. But we still have to have another burn of our upper stage. We have to pass through the night side, or the shadow of the Earth, come out on the other side and find the sun and power up, and then establish contact with the spacecraft. And once we do, we'll truly be on our way to Mars. We'll have a spacecraft that's power safe, that we can communicate with, and our journey will really begin.
We look forward to that. Thanks, Bobby. Now, Daryl, as Bobby mentioned, there's an excitement here in the room as the team looks ahead to the second Centaur burn. But before we get to that, let's learn more about the science on board this rover.
All right, thanks, Raquel. And as you mentioned, there are numerous scientific studies and technology demonstrations on Perseverance. Some of these are directly preparing us to one day send humans to Mars. One in particular is called MOXIE. Jeff Sheehy from the Science and Technology Mission Directorate is joining us now to explain, and he is here with us. Sometimes here at the
difficulty with this technology
that's all right.
here, Daryl.
Well, that's all right. It's a Britney Spears style mic, So
like this.
I don't know if that'll work fine. We can hear you. Yeah. Thanks for making the adjustment there. So Jeff, this is an incredible piece of technology here, this MOXIE, right? So tell us, what is it and why is it important?
Well, MOXIE stands for Mars Oxygen In Situ Resource Utilization Experiment. That's kind of a mouthful, so we grab a few letters out of there and just call it MOXIE. And I think the name MOXIE has a certain kind of attitude that's appropriate for this ambitious mission to Mars. But what in situ resource utilization is utilizing the resources that we find at a destination to produce useful commodities. And so what MOXIE is going to do is suck in the Mars atmosphere, which is mostly carbon dioxide, and produce pure oxygen. Oxygen is a commodity that we can use in our exploration endeavors, and so MOXIE is the first in situ resource utilization experiment on another planet.
How about that?
So that's why it's so important. If we can produce things we need at the destination, we don't have to load them in a launch vehicle, launch them from the surface to Earth, push them all the way to the destination, and land them on Mars or the Moon.
Saving incredible weight, fuel, resources to use them, the ones that are there and in place.
That's right. It took a lot of moxie. What were some of the biggest challenges in developing this technology, designing it, developing, building it?
Well, the team that produced the hardware that we just saw being launched on its way to Mars, they certainly had moxie because they had to overcome a lot of challenges along the way. When you start to develop new technologies, you're working in a laboratory and you've got all the room you need usually. You can build it big and heavy because you're not trying to make it look pretty, you're just trying to make it work, and you've got all the power you need, and you can control the thermal environment, and you can have teams of people come in and tinker with it and fix it when it breaks and all of that. So, but and you can probably see where I'm going with this, when you get to the point where it's time to fly that hardware to prove it out in the space environment or on the planetary surface, then the rubber really hits the road in terms of the engineering, and that's where the teams of engineers come into play, and they develop clever solutions to implement the process that's been developed in the lab and package it for space flight. So MOXIE faced a lot of challenges. You know, once you have to put it on the rover, the size becomes important. It has to fit in a certain volume on the rover. The amount of weight or the mass becomes really important. Every ounce you launch into space takes propellant to move it. So we want to make MOXIE as light as possible. Had to fit within a certain mass budget, or they would have kicked it off the rover.
Yeah, we're glad you made it on the rover.
Yes.
And just real quick, and without getting too deep into the technical details, how does it convert carbon dioxide to oxygen?
So MOXIE uses a thermal and electrochemical process. There's a compressor that was built by a company called Air Squared. Some of that was funded under the NASA Small Business Innovative Research Program, actually. And they built the compressor. What it does is acquire the carbon dioxide from the Mars atmosphere and push it into the electrolysis system. A company called Ceramatech, a team led by a guy named Joe Hartvigsen. They're now called Oxyon Energy, I think. But they built the guts of MOXIE, which is the solid oxide electrolysis system that takes the carbon dioxide, CO2, actually pulls an atom of oxygen off the CO2, leaving CO.
Oh, wow.
And then those atoms migrate through the electrolysis system, and those oxygen ions are neutralized, and then they recombine. An O and an O becomes O2. And so we get pure oxygen out of the system.
That's fantastic. And so in order for you to get MOXIE on board the rover, actually you had to kind of clear through the very smart lady to my left. She's with Planetary Protection, so she actually had to clean off part of it. Right?
Yeah.
You had to heat it and then clean the
That's
O2
right.
sensor.
Yeah, the SOx part was actually self-sterilizing. It was hot enough so it cleaned itself. But there's a part, the O2 sensors, that needed vapor hydrogen peroxide sterilization. So it was the first time we used hydrogen peroxide on flight hardware.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you.
Appreciate it very
Thanks
much.
for letting us do that.
Well, you know, in speaking about the rover, Moo, what is it? You know, Curiosity told us that we have, or had at one time on Mars, moving water.
That's
so,
right.
so what is Perseverance going to do in terms of confirming whether life could have been there?
Yeah, exactly. So the past missions set up the stage as far as understanding what could sustain life, and now we're actually looking for signatures of that life.
And so some of the answers that you're looking for, which one are you personally looking most forward to?
Yeah, I'm personally looking forward to seeing signs of life where no one will argue that it has a biotic source. It's very easy to say, oh, this chemistry could have happened from natural reasons, but I want to see a smoking gun. It would be awesome to see that.
Now, that's not exactly easy, right?
No, not at all.
And so explain that to us.
Yeah, so in order to get that definitive signal, one of the main things you have to do is make sure you have a clean instrument that you're sampling with. And so that's why we spent a lot of time cleaning, baking out hardware to such a high degree, 150 degrees Celsius for some of these parts, to make sure it was clean enough.
And so those parts have to be specially made to be able to handle that heat.
That's right, yeah.
In order to get it past you.
Yeah, all of the material selection, everything was done specifically for that purpose.
Where else in the universe, Moo, do you think we should explore for life?
Yeah, I'm really excited about Europa. Europa has an ocean underneath a thick layer of ice. It has vents underneath that have a heat source, so there's a source of energy for possible life.
Europa, a moon.
Yes, a moon. Yeah, icy moons. That's the next place to go.
It's interesting that you picked that. I mean, it's a very, very cold, cold place.
Yeah.
You've got a rover in front of you that is miniaturized.
Do.
We have one that is behind us.
Yeah.
Right? And as part of this, you also had to make sure that that nuclear battery was installed.
Exactly.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, this bit back here.
Tell me about how that worked, when you did it, and how that process was.
Yeah, it was only a few days before this launch day. I mean, we just finished counting our samples just a couple of days ago.
How about that?
Yeah, so we had to actually alter the way we sample. We take wipes and swabs of every surface of the rover. But for this, we had to make sure our head was far back and we had as minimal radiation impact as possible. But we got it. It was super clean. INL did a great job. Everyone has done a fantastic job making sure this was as clean as possible.
It's ready to go. What do you think about that full-size rover behind us?
It's incredible. It's like,
Yeah.
hey, you should be up there.
And apparently it is right to scale as you take a shot of it there. That's a beautiful rover. Well,
it is.
thanks for describing all that to us, Moo. We
Yeah.
really appreciate the time
My pleasure.
for you describing that. All right, back into the show now we go. Moving forward, of course, this is the countdown as we go up. You can see the Centaur there in the graphics as we are tracking and continuing to track Mars 2020 on its way. And when searching for the possibility of life on Mars, it's all about location, location, location. And Perseverance's destination is a place called Jezero Crater. Let's go back out to JPL now. And Raquel, you've got a scientist there that believes Jezero Crater gives them the best chance of finding any evidence of past microscopic life.
That's right, Daryl. Knowing where to look for signs of ancient life on Mars can be a daunting task. It took 5 years to select a perfect landing site, and with us now is Katie Stack-Morgan, one of the project scientists who helped pick that location. Katie, can you tell us why we're heading to Jezero Crater?
Thanks, Raquel. There are many reasons why scientists are so excited to send Perseverance to Jezero Crater, and why we think that Jezero Crater is an ideal place to begin a Mars sample return campaign. At Jezero, we think that Perseverance can assemble a diverse set of samples that will help us resolve some of the most important questions about life beyond Earth and the evolution of planets over time. At Jezero, we know without a doubt that there was an ancient lake and river delta. And at Jezero, we have river valleys that flow into and out of the crater, and we know that that lake filled up with water and then overflowed. Life as we know it requires water to survive and thrive, and we think that Jezero has all the building blocks to support past life. At Jezero, we also have one of the best preserved deltas on the surface of Mars, and deltas in lake settings are ideal for supporting life. And the rocks that Perseverance will explore can tell us more about the possibility for past life on Mars. The rocks at Jezero Crater are also some of the oldest on Mars, between 3.5 and 4 billion years old, and that's the same interval of time when life was developing here on Earth. So by exploring the rocks in Jezero with Perseverance, we have the opportunity to explore more about the development of life in the solar system and can answer some of the major questions we have about that fundamental question. Back to you, Raquel.
Great. Thank you so much, Katie. And with that, let's head back to Kennedy Space Center. Daryl?
Much, Raquel. We are back here at the Kennedy Space Center with our most special guest, Moo, and the Perseverance rover. Here it is, a full-scale mock-up of the actual rover itself. Well, Moo, here it is.
Yes.
And so we've learned a lot about this rover so far. So tell me kind of describe from top to bottom what we're working here. At the top, you've got the mass cam, which is pretty tall, right?
It is very
it's
tall.
towering over your head. It is on a stage, but what does it do?
Yeah, so it has a lot of fun components. Some of them are the Mastcam Z. Z stands for zoom, so you see those two stereo cameras. And there's also that eyeball, what looks like an eye, is actually a laser. It shoots at the rocks.
A laser.
A laser, lasers. And then depending on the signature that comes back, the spectrometer reads it and tells you what the geology is.
And that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Some of the real exciting science, though, is happening right here on this part. This is the articulating arm that comes out, right, and then goes down onto the planet and starts drilling.
Exactly.
What all is here that's going to help us understand more about the geology of Mars, the climate, and whether or not there was life?
Yeah, there's of course Pixel and Sherlock, the really amazing instruments that are going to tell us about the biosignatures. But in the middle, there is the coring drill. The real drill will have a drill bit, a coring bit, which is hollow in the middle. And there's going to be a tube inside. This is just a 3D printed version. And as it's collecting samples, it's going to have samples that go directly into the tube.
Oh, you've got a tube there. Yeah, show
here's
that
a
the camera
3D
there.
printed tube here. Yeah. And it's going to go down the middle of the tube as it's acquiring the sample. Once it's done, it's going to dock with the bit carousel here. It's going to ingest the entire bit with the tube inside and the sample. It's going to rotate down to the belly, and there's going to be a little arm on the inside called the SHA, the sample handling arm, to manipulate it, take pictures, assess the volume, and then seal it.
That's fantastic. And so there's quite a bit of robotics happening between this part, the bit carousel, and getting it underneath. As we know, it's now underneath. But here's a special guest, and we're going to duck down. This is the Mars helicopter.
Yes, Ingenuity.
This thing is going to be actually tucked up underneath the rover. It was a late addition to this project, but it's probably one of the neatest things on it.
It is pretty amazing. 2,400 RPM that these blades are going to spin in counter directions.
Yeah.
It's a little bit under 4 pounds. It's super light. And yeah, it's going to be the first rotorcraft flight on the surface of Mars. It's spectacular.
And you know what's amazing? It will be taking pictures as well, right?
That's
Look
right.
At the blades.
Wow.
These blades turn,
Great
right?
model.
And they turn in opposite directions.
They
I
do.
understand.
They do.
It will have a camera on it. It will shoot live or shoot video.
Yes.
That we will then get back. It'll shoot video of the rover as it's doing its work, right?
Yeah, it's spectacular. And look at the clearance. I mean, this rover needs to clear this helicopter after it's deployed.
All right. Well, thank you so much for giving us the tour of the mock-up. It's just like the real one, except for it's not going to Mars. Well, thank you so much. And so by now you may have heard that this Perseverance rover was named by a 7th grader. And it was given that name, which is very special to us. And so we asked Hidden Figures actress Octavia Spencer to tell you why the Perseverance name is more than just a name to us here at NASA.
We are a species of explorers, believers.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
We are willing to do the hard things, to overcome the many challenges. This is what brings out the best in us.
We are go for a mission to the moon.
Our path has led to success and to bitter losses.
We come together today to mourn the loss of 7 brave Americans.
Yet, even when faced with tragedy and setbacks, we persevere. We keep striving. We keep believing. From space, we see our planet as a whole. We see the challenges facing it, and we face those challenges together. We will not give up. We challenge convention. We refuse to accept the status quo. The time at hand is hard, but we will persevere. We can still draw hope from the moon and the stars, from space, from exploration. There is a new day beyond the challenges we face now.
Curiosity, insight, spirit, opportunity. If you think about it, all of these names of past Mars rovers are qualities we possess as humans.
10, 9, we have ignition sequence start.
But if rovers are to be the qualities of us as a race, we missed the most important thing.
3, 2,
perseverance.
Launch commence. Liftoff. We have liftoff.
We are a species of explorers. We will meet many obstacles on our way to Mars. But as humans, will not give up. We will always persevere.
Our collective perseverance is what has gotten us to this day, and now Mars 2020 is on its 7-month journey to Mars with an anticipated landing date of Perseverance on February 18th, 2021. Now we are joined by Dr. Thomas Zurbuchen, Associate Administrator for Science at NASA. Dr. Z, thank you so much for coming over here.
God, I'm so glad I'm here, and I'm so relieved. You know, we have a space mission. We're in touch with the spacecraft, you know, and everything is nominal. We're waiting, of course, for the second burn, but not quite there, but we're really close.
Yes. So can you tell us what makes going to Mars incredibly hard?
So there's really two pieces that make it hard. The first one is what we're doing today, which is you really need to head in the right direction. Yeah. So take it off the Earth and have a lot of energy and head exactly in the right direction, because what you want to make sure is in February, when Mars comes, you want to be right there so you can get captured. The second one, which is the one that's going to make us nervous in February, is to entry, descend, and land. You know, so the Mars atmosphere is almost the worst of all worlds. If it was really thick, you could do what we're doing on Earth, which is go in and with parachutes. Yeah. If there was none of them there, you could do, you know, what we do at the Moon. When in Mars, you have to do both on top of each other, which makes it 10 times harder than any of the other two, and so that's what makes it so hard.
Wow.
You've devoted much of your life to science, and I know you were asked the other day during a news conference, you know, why another rover, and you gave a pretty impassioned response. Why is this rover important in your mind to the work that so many people are doing in science?
So it's really kind of a key of a whole bunch of new research that we're doing that is focused on a question that for thousands of years philosophers have asked, scientists have asked, and we're ready to answer with the tools of science, which is the way to get reliable answers. And that is there life out there? We have, for 20 years, we've learned about the environment at Mars, and we're ready to ask that now. And the way we're doing it is with this rover. So it's really, for the first time in decades, the first astrobiology mission. We're ready for it. Where it's the next step, and of course there's others coming, you know, Dragonfly, we're already thinking about, and you know, other missions. We want to, of course, go to Enceladus in Europa, you know, and really learn about life there also. So it's an amazing first in that respect.
And whether there's life there or not, that's going to be the answer that we're looking for in these places.
So exactly.
Yeah, and so we want to do a social media question real quick, if that's all right with you.
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
We have a question from Twitter. What is the key difference between previous NASA missions, rover missions, to Mars, like Spirit, Opportunity, Curiosity, and Perseverance rover? In what way is Perseverance unique from the previous ones?
So there's a fundamental difference in the approach. And the fundamental difference is that we decided to put the instruments on Perseverance, the best geology instruments on this, so we can find the right samples. And we decided not to put a chemistry lab on it. Guess why? We don't know which one yet. And so what we're doing is we're actually collecting the samples that we're going to bring to the best labs that are available to humanity, which are the labs all over the world. Yes. And that's the choice here. And that's, of course, to do that, we need to do another first, which is humanity's first round trip to another planet. Yes. And that's what makes it different.
We've got more with the launch operation to go, but real quick, how'd you feel about that launch?
Oh, I loved it. It's like punching a hole in the sky, right? Yeah. It's really getting off the cosmic shore, our Earth, into wading out there into the cosmic ocean. I just love it every time it gets me.
All right, awesome. Very good. Dr. Thomas Zurbuchen, thank you for joining us. We appreciate you being here to explain all the science and the excitement that's coming up.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Now we've talked to scientists and engineers, and we have shared highlights of the mission and tech demonstrations that are central to the Perseverance rover. And folks, we have a lot more to share.
Mars Perseverance has been flying in space for more than a half hour now. Let's check back in with Joshua and Mick to recap the flight so far and tell us what's coming up next.
Hey, thanks, Moo. Yeah, as you're seeing on screen there, that is, again, the animation of the Centaur in motion around Earth, in orbit around Earth. And you can see there, like I mentioned, the animation being driven by real telemetry data. Mick, how is the report coming back from the first burn and then currently our coast phase?
So we're hearing from Jesse Gonzalez and the engineering team is that everything so far has been nominal. Centaur's been performing well. All the settling firings have been going great, which is keeping the fuel that's still in the tank where it needs to be as we get ready to come up on main engine start 2 for that second burn, which is very important to get us our velocity and into that transfer orbit to Mars.
Yeah, so that will be up in just a few minutes, but I think we're going to actually send you back out to our main desk to hear. Oh, sorry. I'm being held. We're going to hang out here. So coming up, talk about C3, Mick. This is something that we talked about having to do with the energy to leave Earth and go somewhere else. We're talking about having to get to speeds over 25,000 miles per hour. That's Earth's escape velocity.
Yeah, so C3 is basically just the technical term that we use in the aerospace industry to refer to the velocity that we need to get the vehicle where it needs to be. So as you said, we got that little over 2 million pounds of thrust that we left Earth this morning with those mighty 4 solids on the Dominator. I still like that from Tori Bruno. Tori, I'm gonna take that one from Tori. But we got off here and into the park orbit with the proper velocity we needed. And then, of course, this second burn is so important for the velocity we need to get in transfer orbit.
Awesome. So the Dominator punching a hole in the sky, as Dr. Zurbuchen said. So we will send it back out now to the main desk and be back with you in just a minute to catch that second burn. Daryl?
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Joshua. Joining us now to talk about how special these missions are is Dr. Michael Watkins. He's the director of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California, which planned Perseverance's mission to Mars. That is my home center. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Watkins. So we have so many great questions for you. Why are missions to Mars unique?
Well, I think they're unique for 2 ways. And one is just Mars. It's been in our imagination for centuries. It's a place that looks like the Earth. It looks like it could be home to us. It looked like it was once home to what could have been life. And the fact that we can get there, and we can get there every couple of years, and we can send missions, and we can build on those missions, and you can learn from your mistakes. You can learn from your successes. One of the things I like to joke about is, we say Perseverance looks like Curiosity, but the people who built them are the same. They look even more like each other. And so they, so a lot of our folks worked on Mars Pathfinder, they worked on Spirit, Opportunity, they worked on Curiosity, and now Perseverance. And that, that history, that group of folks, they're just world leaders, and it's why we're successful.
So you oversee the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California and doing incredibly complex work. Why are these robotic missions so hard?
They're hard because you can't really see what's going on. You can't use your human responses, right? You're used to driving your car and you see what's happening, and you turn the wheel. In this case, we've got to tell the rover. We've got to prepare the rover to do a lot of that stuff on its own, right? And so we've got to understand Mars, we've got to understand how the rover works, and we've got to put all that together into a machine that can function more or less without us. Mm-hmm. So we talk to it once a day, and we say, how are you doing, and go over there and do these experiments, and then it's got to do that. So, we kind of give it its intention, but then it's got to do all those activities by itself, and that's a challenge. And the further away from the Earth you get, the harder it is. So you get out to Saturn, you get to Europa, you get beyond, and it becomes harder and harder.
Yeah. Real quick, one question to wrap up. You've been in touch with the folks out at JPL. On air, there was an earthquake that played out. It was a 3.9 magnitude. How is everybody doing? How's your team?
They're doing great. Our view is just Pasadena. It's just the Earth being excited about going to Mars. So it was a very minor earthquake. We have them a lot in California.
Okay.
Maybe it's like hurricanes here or something, but
yeah.
Tropical storms here. But it was a very minor event, and everything's fine. And we are on our way to Mars.
Okay. So a little rumble here in Florida, some rumble in California. Works out great. Mike Watkins, thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us on the broadcast.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Awesome. We will have that conversation, a conversation with Zena Cardman coming up, which I'm super excited about.
That's right.
Yeah. On the other side of the Centaur burn and spacecraft separation. We'll also highlight 6 major technologies that NASA's focusing on over the next decade, including the critical energy needs for such missions. But with that, let's turn our attention to the next operational steps. Joshua, are you there?
Yeah, Moo, we're here and we're excited. We have a fuel pre-start call just coming in. We are getting ready to hear the call for this second burn of that Centaur RL-10 engine. Again, Mick, explain what this second burn is for.
So as we talked earlier, the second burn is really to get us that velocity as we head into that transfer orbit, right? Centaur and Mars 2020 will head into that solar orbit on its way with the proper velocity. We will then get ready to separate Mars 2020 on its way. And I'm hearing that settling is done,
and we have main engine
start.
There we go. Awesome. And again, that animation there being driven by actual telemetry data coming from that rocket. So that's a phenomenal sign. And again, I think that it's tough with these images. Perspective and scale are so important. This vehicle is in Earth orbit. It's not near anything, so you can't see the acceleration of what's happening right now. But for 8 minutes, it's going to be picking up speed.
Yeah, this is the burn that gets us really moving in the direction we need to go, that fast velocity that we need to get out of our park orbit and head on our way to Mars. Of course, Centaur and Mars 2020 are still together.
System is in
and
closed control
as we're hearing, everything is looking nominal on this fire so far. Main engine start was good, and the firing is going well, nominal, as we see in the animation there.
Fantastic. So this is rocket science, and it's not easy. We actually want to bring in now, we have a special guest. This is Dr. Denton Gibson, excuse me.
Yes.
He is a rocket scientist. His official title is Senior Vehicle Systems Engineer. Denton, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, did you enjoy that? Obviously, you got to kind of spectate. A lot of days, you guys sitting on console, you have to kind of focus on your computer, but you got to see this one today.
Oh, yes, and it was a beautiful launch today.
Yeah, nice sunrise. Hey, tell us about your role with LSP. I was not making up things when I said you're a rocket scientist, but what exactly do you do?
So as our role in LSP, as a vehicle system engineer, we are the engineering team lead for a lot of the rockets that we launch our science missions on. And we are responsible for the oversight and insight into these launch vehicles for the NASA.
That's awesome. And I know in the past you've supported a variety of vehicles. Tell us a little bit about the vehicles that you have supported and the ones you're focused on today.
Yeah, so some of the vehicles I supported in the past is the Delta II, which was a long-time workhorse for our science missions, as well as the Pegasus and Taurus/Minotaur C. And right now I've been focused mainly on the Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy.
Yeah, awesome. So obviously not focused on the Atlas V, but a lot of that experience and the process is the same. I want to take a moment to pause and say Denton's there at Hangar AE. That's the NASA Launch Services Program's hangar. They're very proud of that. We call it the telemetry center of the universe. That's where the data for today is flowing. But I wanted to also ask you, is the process the same for all these vehicles? When we talk about the telemetry and these sort of processes of getting from Earth to Mars, does Falcon 9 experience translate to Atlas, or are they completely separate?
So the overall process for many of these launch vehicles are the same, whereas you ship stages to the launch site and assemble the launch vehicles by stages. So in that sense, they're the same, but there's a lot of differences between the launch vehicles that may change that process a little bit. But in general, the processes are the same.
Yeah, and Joshua, I was going to say, Denton, I worked with Denton quite a bit over the years, and he talks about the different vehicles he's worked on. But Denton is one of my senior vehicle engineers in LSP, and so although he's not totally supporting Atlas V today, he does have experience with Atlas V, and as he said, things are very similar. So using his experience, we're able to train and bring on new generation of engineers, and Denton's been a huge part of that to allow us to grow our bench, if you will, to start working commercial partners.
Yeah, awesome. So Denton, tell us a little bit about kind of what's involved, what goes in behind the scenes, what's the rocket science of going from Earth to Mars, this maneuver to go into solar orbit?
Yeah, so a lot of the things that happen behind the scenes it's a lot of analysis work done by our analysis teams. I mean, it's months and months of analyses that are performed based on the orbit insertion, the performance of the launch vehicle. A lot of modeling and simulations is done to be able to get to this point to where we can transfer from Earth orbit into solar orbit.
Awesome. And obviously you're a rocket scientist. That's for a lot of people, that's like the pinnacle. That's like, hey, I want to be a rocket scientist. So where do you go from here in your career? Because obviously, I'm sure there's lots of things that you'd like to go and accomplish.
So, going from here, I mean, one of the coolest things about this job of working in the launch services program is working the launch, right? I mean, who doesn't love a launch, and who doesn't love working launches?
Yeah, we love them. We love them. Excitement this morning, right, Denton? We got to see that's what it's all about.
Of course. So, one of the ideal jobs would be a launch director. because you get to work all the launches. I mean,
Very
how cool
good.
is that?
No, yeah, that's true. And I guess you get to, is it right to say you call the shots, or is it that the buck stops with you, or how would you say that?
I'd say the buck stops with the launch manager. As today we talked, right? Omar Baez is our launch manager for Mars 2020, and he had to poll the team and make sure everything's ready to go. So the buck does stop with him right there on today's launch. And as Denton says, I think there's a lot of people that would love that job, and Denton's definitely looking at that next step. So I guess we need to give Omar and his assistant launch manager, Tim Dunn, a heads up.
Yeah, there you go. Dr. Gibson.
Dr. Gibson is
Up
on
and
the way.
coming.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Dr. Gibson, before we let you go, give us a real quick snapshot. I know you have a mission coming up later this year. What are you working on?
So we're supporting the Crew 1 launch coming up. So we're helping Commercial Crew out with that one, as well as Sentinel-6 as far as the LSP missions that's coming up later on this year. And so we're excited about that one.
Yeah, a ton going on. Dr. Gibson, appreciate you. Thanks. And I want to take a special moment on the Commercial Crew note to comment. We've got a big day coming up.
Yes.
Pending weather. There's a tropical system that might kind of get in the mix here, but we have a tropical system that could create some problems. Otherwise, we've got Bob and Doug from Demo 2. They're coming home on August 2nd.
Yes, I was going to say, Joshua, that's important for us also in LSP. Denton was my lead VSE, along with a few others that are in the group that worked that mission with the Commercial Crew program. And so it's really important for us to be able to support other programs within the agency to make these things happen. As we launch Mars 2020 today, which is another step for us getting humans to Mars, right, is getting humans launched off of Earth soil was a huge step for off of American soil.
Yes,
was a huge step for us.
Yeah, and so talk about that really briefly with LSP. Obviously, Denton there, appreciate him and his contribution, and you working towards Commercial Crew, but also supporting Artemis, which is also part of that path of getting humans to Mars someday. Artemis is about learning to live on the moon to sustain a presence there with the eyes on Mars. So how is LSP supporting even Artemis?
Yeah, one of the things there is the Gateway program, right? Deep Space Logistics that is working a lot of that. And so LSP is in the works of supporting Gateway and helping them work with the commercial partners that are providing the rockets for those kind of missions that are out there and future things. One of the cool things about working with the Launch Services Program is that we work with all of our commercial partners, SpaceX, United Launch Alliance, Northrop Grumman Space Systems, and of course some up-and-comings. You may have heard some, right?
It is
like
a growing
Blue Origin.
field. Yeah.
It's definitely a growing field in the aerospace industry, and LSP takes pride in working with those commercial partners to figure out what we can do for NASA and the country.
Awesome. Yeah, it is an exciting time for spaceflight. The commercial spaceflight industry is booming. There's always new things happening. If you keep an eye on the news, you will see new things. We're getting word now that the engine cutoff here should be happening momentarily. Once we see that happen, we'll have roughly, I believe it's 5 minutes until we actually see the spacecraft separation occur. So we're going to stay with you through that, but want to kind of just preview that for you, that hopefully on screen here, you should be seeing that engine cutoff, and that's completely expected. That's a nominal operation, as you say, Nick.
Operation. We'll hear from Jesse Gonzalez, who's looking at the launch vehicle telemetry and watching the animation there. So let's listen in for Jesse here.
And there's the call, and there's the animation, again, modified based on
The
data.
RL-10 shutdown parameters
Let's talk
look
about
good.
Communication for a minute, Nick,
we're
because
seeing-
it is not an automatic thing to just
seeing,
shoot information at Earth and have that be usable. So how do we go about communicating not only through launch, but on the way to Mars, and then once we're at Mars?
Yeah, so the important thing this morning is when we lifted off from Complex 41 here at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, we had ground stations that were looking at the launch vehicle and tracked it all the way to provide data. Once we got onto orbit after stage separation, you heard a call out for TDRS, the telemetry network that NASA owns, which, by the way, is also used for the ISS and will be used hopefully for the landing with Doug and them.
Yes.
So getting off the ground today was great because we could deconflict some of that TDRS usage, right? But TDRS is very important for us to be able to get the telemetry from the launch vehicle back down to Earth here. And then, of course, when Mars 2020 separates and it gets on its way to Mars, then the JPL team will take advantage of NASA's Deep Space Network, which has been around for a long time, to be able to transmit commands and data back and forth to the Mars 2020. So it takes a lot of folks to work those, and the TDRS and Deep Space Network are very important to not only the science missions, but human space flight also.
Yeah, and I think the coordination of that is something that people don't get a chance to understand much because, as you said, we're using TDRS for crew return, we use TDRS for space station, and TDRS is not an unlimited resource. We have a good number of TDRS satellites in orbit that help us do these things, but it is a coordinated effort across the globe because we even have ground stations in Australia, I think.
Yeah.
Where are all of our ground stations even?
We have ground stations everywhere, not only here in America on the West Coast and East Coast, but then you get into South Africa area, Australia, you said. We have several ground stations that catch up different things for missions. But, of course, in orbit, TDRS and the Deep Space Network are very important. And as you said, there's not an unlimited amount of resources there in the TDRS network. So we have to coordinate those things within the NASA agency and with our commercial partners when they're used for our launches. And again, that's another part of what NASA does as an agency.
Yeah, so just on that note, kind of thinking about around the world, currently this spacecraft is roughly over the South Indian Ocean. So that's just thinking about how fast we're moving, just the amazing world of spaceflight. It's just hard to put into words sometimes of like we're literally flying around the Earth and we're already halfway around it. And so I want to talk actually about planetary protection some more. I know we heard about that a little bit from Moo, about how they're working to protect Mars from contamination, so to speak, just putting things there we don't want, and we have to consider that, or ULA has to consider that when they're flying to Mars and delivering the spacecraft.
Yeah, it's a combined team. ULA, JPL, LSP had to look at that for when we get ready for spacecraft separation here in about a minute, right? One of the things we talked earlier is that Centaur and Mars 2020 are on the same path towards Mars right now. So once we separate, Centaur will do a CCAM maneuver, or what we call a contamination and control avoidance maneuver, and then blow down what's left of propellants in its tank. And by doing that, we have now put Centaur on a different track so that it will not intercept Mars or interfere with Mars 2020 at all for approximately the next 50 years.
Yeah.
And that took a lot of work by the JPL team and the launch team to make sure that would happen. So, again, another planetary protection maneuver that had to be done.
Yeah, and I understand from the telemetry experts in LSP that this rocket actually, after the second burn, is not actually aimed straight at Mars for that reason. It's actually aimed slightly off of Mars. And so Perseverance, Mars 2020, will redirect itself just slightly. We're not talking about over 7 months. A little bit of difference here makes a lot of difference later.
Absolutely. And Josh, we heard Jesse telling us that Centaur is spinning up. This is the maneuver right prior to spacecraft separation, where we get into a slight roll to give Mars 2020 some
stable Centaur tank pressures,
stability.
Very good performance from the RCS system, and stable indications from the avionics systems as well.
So RCS there, the reaction control system, that's those small, the series of those small engines that you see firing around the spacecraft. Those are used for that in-flight operations that they need. The rolling activities, as Mick's saying, is basically providing stability to the flight of Mars 2020 as we go forward. Tell us about actually...
And we have successful separation of Mars 2020 with the Perseverance rover.
There we go.
Awesome. We got some nice applause there. That is a big moment. We are hoping to get some live video back from that because of the time delays with communicating with things in space. We don't have it at this instant. We're hoping we'll get to see that here in a few minutes, and we'll bring that to you if we do. But tell us about the separation maneuver, because the apparatus, the actual... It's a really simple design.
It's a separation clamp. We'll talk about that in a minute, but as you see on your screen right now, you see the Mission Director Center where Omar Baez and the team are. And Josh, you and I joked about this a little bit earlier, but with the pandemic and everything going on, the teams have done a great job. Normally, spacecraft separation.
2020 with the Perseverance rover, the Centaur will now perform its standard propellant blowdown sequence to inert the vehicle and complete today's flight after completing its CCAM avoidance maneuver. This will conclude today's commentary of the Mars 2020 mission. This is Atlas Flight Commentary signing off.
So that's the end of ULA's job for today.
Jesse Gonzalez did a great job with the ULA commentary this morning. But what I was saying about the Mission Director Center is normally we would see a lot of clapping, a lot of hoop hollering, a lot of handshaking.
Yeah.
But with the pandemic and everything, people are staying their distance, taking the guidelines seriously, wearing masks with this. So we saw a lot of air high fives, right?
Yes,
and stuff.
absolutely.
So that does not take away from what the team is, how excited they are. They have done a lot of work to get to this point, and that seeing spacecraft separation is awesome. So,
yeah.
but
well,
getting,
and throw all on top of all that, 2020 was like, here, have an earthquake,
right?
So it's just we did it. Like we're most of the way there, not there yet.
Yeah, as you heard Omar earlier in the broadcast say, a lot of us when we started this, when the pandemic started, we kind of thought Mars 2020 might be Mars 2022.
Yeah.
But Mr. Bridenstine and the NASA agency decided to move forward. The teams found ways to do this. As we heard, they were disciplined, they were focused, they were courageous. And all that played off today with a successful launch at 750 and now spacecraft separation, Mars 2020, Perseverance and Ingenuity on their way to the red planet.
Hey, we're going to wait for acquisition of signals. Stay with us. But really fast, Mick, tell us very, very quickly about this mechanism, because we teased it.
We teased it, yeah.
How do these things separate?
So the separation system is called a Marmon clamp band, actually designed earlier by Karl Marx, one of the Marx brothers. Very simple design, but it has some spring systems in it that once the signal is sent and the bolts release the clamp band, the springs basically just give just enough force to push the spacecraft off the front of the vehicle.
Awesome. And again, hopefully we'll see that video here momentarily. But for now, we're going to send it back to you and check in for one final time in a little bit with the folks here at ASOC. But Daryl, back to you.
All right, thank you, and great job, both of you, Joshua and Mick. It's always great to see Mick explain that springs are what's getting us to Mars. All right, so we've got our second burn underway. We've been flying for right about an hour, and as you just saw, spacecraft separation went well, and so that's fantastic. We can now say that Perseverance is officially on its way to Mars.
What a beautiful thought that is. And while NASA has been tracking the spacecraft since launch with its tracking and data relay satellite system, I know the mission control team at JPL is turning their attention to the next milestone, and that is ensuring that the array of communication antennas known as the Deep Space Network, or DSN, begin to receive a signal from the spacecraft flying the Perseverance rover to Mars. We expect to see the teams acquire the signal close to 9:14 Eastern Time. Though, as you saw, the spacecraft separation has occurred in the shadow of the Earth and out of line of sight of the system, so this could take a bit longer than estimated.
All right, and so finding life on Mars won't be as easy as you might think, and we talked a little bit about that. Here to talk about that and more is NASA astronaut Zena Cardman. Zena is here to join us, and we're so glad that you're here. Thanks for taking the time. First of all, your reaction to that launch.
Wow. Every time it takes my breath away. I had actually never seen a launch before until I got this job as an astronaut, and now I'm very lucky to have seen 3. And every single time, it just makes me feel so much emotion.
And kind of talk us through, I mean, it got up quick, right? So as you were watching it, you feel the rumble?
It did, yeah. First you see it go up, and then you feel the rumble as the sound travels to you, and you can really feel it in your chest. It's amazing.
Very good, very good. Talking about astrobiology now, you have an amazing background. You've searched for signs of life in some of the most extreme environments on Earth, the Antarctic, the Arctic. So you're used to looking for these biosignatures. What are your thoughts about this rover searching for signs of life?
Yeah, you know, we have a lot of experience looking for signs of life in unusual environments here on Earth. So if you take a look at Mars today, it's very cold and very dry, and we have some places on Earth that are actually a lot like that. So places like Antarctica or deserts. But if you want to look for signs of ancient life, life that existed billions of years ago perhaps, when Mars looked maybe a lot more like Earth does today, you have to know what those signs of life left behind in the rock record. Because microorganisms are very tiny and very soft, so they don't leave a fossil the same way a dinosaur would leave a bone or a footprint. So instead we use these chemical signatures.
Daryl's dreams is shattered again. We told him there's going to be no dinosaur bones on there. He really wanted
them. Something wiggling around, but no.
So why do we need to go to the moon before we go to Mars?
That's such a good question, because we've been to the moon, right? But we haven't been to the moon to stay. We really don't know how to live off of Earth. on another planetary body, and we really need to figure out how to use resources, use tools, especially if we want to do geology on Mars. The tools that we use here on Earth are going to look pretty similar, but they might not work quite the same way. And because the round trip to Mars is so much longer than the round trip to the moon, when we go, we want to do it right.
Very good. And how do you like that rover behind you? Huh?
Oh my gosh, I love it.
Yeah, it's great. Hey, I want to ask you some social questions now. These
Absolutely.
are some from our audience who have been watching.
Oh,
so
great.
We appreciate you doing that. Our first question comes to us through Facebook. Thomas asks, will Perseverance land to investigate the landing site for a future manned mission in the same location?
Yeah, you know, that's a really good question. I think one of the most interesting things about doing a mission to Mars is choosing where you're going to go.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you can imagine planning a mission from Mars to the Earth, and if something landed in Utah versus landed in the ocean, your vision of Earth might be quite different. So one possible approach is taking a human mission and going back to somewhere where these rovers have been already, or maybe we'll decide to explore somewhere new. I have no idea yet, but I can't wait to find out.
Awesome. It looks like we have another social media question from Twitter, from Huda. Do you think that in a few years we'll be able to send astronauts to Mars in a safe way if we are able to send a rover like Perseverance to Mars in a safe and amazingly planned way?
I hope so. We won't go until it's safe for humans for sure, and we're not going until it's a round trip. But actually part of this mission, of course, is a round trip, and so we will eventually learn how to send a rocket to Mars and then have something lift off of Mars and come back.
Awesome. Well, Zena Cardman, thank you so much for being here. You did a fantastic job. You were a great guest, and
Thank
glad
you so
you enjoyed
much.
the launch.
Oh my goodness, it's impossible not to.
No doubt. All right, thank you.
both.
Now, as you can imagine, there are a lot of systems to develop and prove out as we prepare for sending humans to Mars, as you just heard. Here now are 6 technology disciplines that are critical to the success of our future explorations. NASA's first Mars rover were powered by solar energy, but dust storms caused issues by blocking much-needed sunlight. So NASA upgraded to nuclear batteries provided by the Department of Energy. And joining us now is the Assistant Secretary for the Office of Nuclear Energy, Dr. Rita Barnwell. Thank you so much for being here.
Great. Thank you for having me.
First
Excited
of
to
all,
be here.
how did you enjoy the launch?
It was amazing. Absolutely amazing. So fortunate to be able to be here and be invited to watch it. I'm just giddy.
Had you ever seen one before?
No, I hadn't. It was my first one.
And what'd you feel as you were?
It was, you could literally feel the launch. So it was very exciting.
Very good.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting. When I saw this segment, I was just fascinated by the whole nuclear part of this. This is right in your wheelhouse. So explain to me, how did the Department of Energy get into the business of making nuclear batteries for space exploration?
So space exploration requires power sources for the long-lived missions that we need for this type of activity, for heat and electricity to be provided to the spacecraft and the scientific instruments. And nuclear energy can certainly provide that power. One source is the radioisotope power system, RPS. Part of that RPS is the radioisotope thermoelectric generator, and RTG. I know that's a lot of
It's a
acronyms,
mouthful,
but you got a decoder ring, so I hope you're good there. A space nuclear power system that converts heat into electricity without any moving parts. RPSs work by converting heat from the natural decay of radioisotope materials into electricity, and that's what we have up on the rover that just got launched this morning.
Yeah.
It consists of two major elements: a heat source that contains a radioisotope fuel, mostly plutonium-238, and solid-state thermocouples that convert the plutonium's decay heat energy to electricity. DOE developed several generations of nuclear space power systems that can be used to supply electricity and use the excess heat for a variety of other space applications. This one that was launched is called the Multi-Mission RTG, and it was designed with the flexibility to be able to be operated on planetary bodies with atmospheres just like Mars, as well as in the vacuum of space.
It's amazing the longevity of that battery.
Yeah, I heard it could last up to 14 years.
Right.
Will it actually last longer than that duration?
It can, and actually right now it was 17 years, 3 years here, and then 14 years out in the mission itself. So we're very excited about that. That's one of the benefits of powering this mission with nuclear energy. The RPSs that are currently powering Voyager 1 and 2 that are exploring the extremes of our solar system also are being powered by an RPS that has lasted for 43 years. Wow. And
That's a long time.
That's a great extent of time.
Yeah.
The MMRTG is essentially, it's a nuclear battery, like you said, and it contains only 10.6 pounds of plutonium dioxide fuel, and it provides 2,000 watts of thermal power. It's similar, the material that's used in this is similar to what was used in the two Viking spacecraft that landed on Mars in 1976.
Wow.
So this technology has been around a long time, and it's well proven.
Yes.
Dr. Rita Baranwal, we thank you very much, the Secretary, or Assistant Secretary for the Office of Nuclear Energy. Thanks for coming out. We're so glad you enjoyed the launch, too.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. All right, here's a statistic you might not know about. Missions to Mars, roughly half of them actually make it there. Imagine that. But right now, we know the health of the Mars 2020 rocket is good because it's sending back a stream of data to our telemetry nerve center here at the Cape. Let's go back now to Joshua Santora to learn more about that. Joshua?
Yeah, thanks, Daryl. So we talked to Dr. Denton Gibson, who is one of the guys that works behind the scenes, but there is a group of folks that work behind the people behind the scenes, and Jessica Connor is one of those. She's coming to us now from the same Hangar AE location. Jessica, thanks for joining us.
Hey, it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks so much for having me on.
Yeah, so tell us about what you do to help make all of these activities, and as Daryl mentioned, the telemetry happen. What do you do for, what's your role for LSP?
So I work as a mission communications engineer for LSP. That means that I'm getting the video, data, and voice requirements from the spacecraft and then ensuring that they're able to go ahead and perform these operations once they actually get to pad phase.
Yeah, Joshua, I was just going to say Jessica's one of our wizards. You said behind the scene within the Launch Services Program as engineers, we depend on our folks at AE to make sure that we get everything we need to do our assessments as engineers. So they make everything possible there.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jessica, tell us a little bit about how you get the data back and then how it's utilized out to the team.
So while it's on the pad, we go ahead and get that data through the umbilical lines, and then that goes ahead and goes back to the engineers, and they're able to provide fleet insight based on the data that they get from the consoles.
And can you tell us about how long you've been working this mission? People probably don't understand how much time goes in ahead of time behind the scenes to make these missions happen.
So I've been working for about 2.5 years on this mission. About 2 years out, we start working with JPL to go ahead and get those requirements. And then we've been working with them since to go ahead and get processing video and also being able to talk back to JPL, being able to talk to headquarters and stuff like that.
Awesome. And so what's been the biggest challenge for this mission? I know that this mission's presented a lot of unique challenges for all of our teams, but for you, where has that challenge lied?
So we have a ton of experience from different mission comm engineers in the past. And so the most unique thing about this mission has been our treatment of COVID. And it's amazing what we've done to go ahead and keep the control room safe for all of the people on console and to go ahead and launch this mission on time and successfully.
Hey, listen, and we did it. We have the data coming back,
Yeah.
so that means that I think that means you did your job really well today.
I would say they did their job great, Joshua. They found new ways, as we talked earlier with the launch team, finding new ways to do their stuff. The folks out at Hangar AE also found new ways to make sure that all the engineering team could perform their fleet's insight assessments and support today's launch. So that team out there has done a great job. They actually make us in engineering look good. So we appreciate all the work you guys do, Jessica.
Yeah, awesome. Jessica, congratulations. Job well done. Thank you for joining us for this interview today.
Thanks.
All right, so Mick, things are pretty quiet now, and that's expected because we're just hanging out for the signal acquisition. The time there is the estimate based on the pre-launch data.
Yes.
Right now, we're actually in the shade of the Earth, so we're behind the Earth, and so we'll come out of that at some point shortly, and then hopefully acquire that signal because there's some solar rays that have to play in here. So still kind of some. I don't know if tense is the right word, but we're anxious still.
Yeah, I would say we're anxious. We're focused still. As I like to refer back to what Tori said earlier, right? Focused and disciplined. Even though it's pretty quiet right now, we have had spacecraft separation, which was a huge milestone for the team, an exciting time for us at NASA, ULA, JPL, the DOE, and our United States Space Force family. But the team is still sitting on console. They're still following their procedures. They're still performing everything that needs to be done as we await the acquisition signal. Some of the things that are going on here behind us is ground securing and everything here at the complex to make sure we can safely enter and do the work. So
yeah,
a lot of work still going on.
Yes, and we're going to send you back to Daryl because we need to check in and talk to the folks who are going to be getting that data back. So Daryl will check in for one last thing in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you very much.
And you can imagine driving out into the countryside and you're farthest from the nearest cell phone tower, and you look down at your cell phone, you see one bar, a very faint signal. And as you mentioned, Mars is very far away, so you get a very faint signal, very much less than a 1 bar. And so thankfully, we have on the ground from our Deep Space Network managed out of JPL, very large antenna dishes that can detect that very faint signal. You're talking about a signal that's basically like an incandescent light bulb, and receiving that from millions of miles. We have 70-meter antennas and 34-meter antennas. A 70-meter antenna is about the size, to give some context, about the size of a 20-story building. So very large systems that can detect that very faint signal.
Great. And the Deep Space Network also communicates with all of our other missions beyond the moon. Now, how far have we gone into space?
Well, our Voyager missions are the farthest and fastest human-made objects that exist. Voyager 1 is nearly 14 billion miles away from Earth. It takes almost 20 hours one way to communicate to it. So once again, you can think about that light bulb. Could you imagine turning on a light bulb or a light switch and that light taking 20 hours to get to your eyes? And so basically, to communicate to Voyager, we send a command saying hi. It takes 20 hours to get there, and every 20 hours to receive a response from Voyager. So very far away. Thankfully, Mars is not as far away, as you mentioned, several million miles, not billions. So it takes not 20 hours, but it takes about 7 minutes. So it's a little better situation there.
Wow. So what does it take to add the Perseverance mission to the Deep Space Network?
Well, it's a lot of pre-work before the launch. We test with the launch vehicle. We test with the spacecraft. We test with the rover. We test over and over again to ensure that when it launches, when the spacecraft separates, when it lands on Mars, that we can have confidence that it will be able to establish a communication with us back on Earth. That's very important, and we instill that confidence by testing and making sure we have a lot of testing up front. And the payoff comes when we see those great, awe-inspiring images from Mars. And so a lot of testing happens up front, and a great team that works on that.
Great. Now, getting an acquisition of signal is a very significant moment. Can you tell us how it works and what we should expect to see for this mission?
Yes, that's a very important moment. And sometimes you'll see a spectrum graph that's a couple squiggly lines in the bottom, and what you expect to see is a peak in the middle come up, and that's what you call the carrier signal. And the carrier signal is described as a carrier because what it does, it brings in the signal. It carries the signal to us. Therefore, we can see that signal and know that we're receiving data. And basically, we see the carrier signal, but after that, we have to decode what the signal's saying. And hopefully what we're seeing is that the spacecraft is saying, hey, I'm doing okay. I'm on my way to Mars, and I'll see you there in 7 months. And so we expect to see that signal, and then we'll decode it and be able to get the health and safety of the spacecraft. But also what we'll also look out for is how to track it. So once we have the signal, we'll lock onto it. We'll move our very large antenna dishes, and as the Earth spins, we'll track the spacecraft around the globe. This is a global effort. We have our station in Canberra, Australia, and Madrid, Spain, and Goldstone, California, who will all be part of this tracking as the spacecraft goes to Mars. So very exciting time, and we're looking forward to hearing from Perseverance shortly.
Great. Thank you, Philip. Now, we are just a couple minutes away from the first opportunity we will have to see if the Perseverance signal on the Deep Space Network is up on our screens. That moment brings us one step closer to Mars, but we have many other milestones to hit over the next 7 months, and I'm with Perseverance's Chief Engineer, Adam Steltzner, who will tell us what's in store for the rover. Adam, what should we expect to see next?
Well, Raquel, we are... After we acquire signal, we have left the building. We are on our way to Mars. We're no longer in orbit around Earth. What will happen next is we will start our cruise phase. It'll be about 7 months before we make it to the Red Planet. We have a set of planned trajectory change maneuvers that we do during cruise to adjust our targeting. In fact, we're targeting to miss Mars right now. We're on the way, general direction of Mars, but in order to make our Atlas Centaur, which threw us in the direction of Mars, not run into Mars, we're on a missing trajectory, and we'll do TCM-1, which will target our impact with the Martian surface in a few days. So we start to monitor the spacecraft, make sure it's healthy and happy, and tweak its trajectory to be right on target by the time we make it to Mars.
Great. Thank you so much, Adam. And right now we are just a minute away from the acquisition of signal, so let's pause for a moment and watch our teams at work.
Stage flight will be waiting for indication of acquisition of signal. Ace copies.
M20, MEM redefined report initial acquisition.
That's it. Copy that. Radio science.
Flight nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
We're seeing one-way data. 34 CSAOS.
Didn't copy, Nav.
Yes, sir. We see AOS at 131531.
These copies. Thank you.
Flight Telecom, I was about to pull up my contingency.
We now have an acquisition of signals. The rumbles now are of claps and cheers, and it's an amazing moment. And the years of blood, sweat, and tears from every person who worked on this mission is now realized as Perseverance makes its way to Mars. Now, if we still have Adam here, Adam, I want to know your reaction to getting the acquisition of signal.
Well, Raquel, it's very nice to have the spacecraft in a safe. It's not really much of a question, but it's just nice to have that confirmation. Our launch process is complete. The vehicle's on its way to Mars, and so the next chapter in Perseverance's mission can begin.
Great. And what are you looking forward to next?
I'm looking forward to, ideally, a very quiet and boring cruise to Mars as we prepare for the never boring and always stressful entry, descent, landing on the 18th of February.
Great. Thank you so much, Adam. And we hope you tune into our coverage of the landing happening on February 18th, 2021. Joshua and Mick, we here at JPL would like to thank you and the entire Launch Service Program and United Launch Alliance teams for all your amazing work today and all the work you do every day to make a launch like this possible. Now, Joshua, back to you at the Cape.
Raquel, congratulations to you and the team over there. Obviously, JPL, I think Adam's response is kind of what you'd expect from Adam of like, hey, check that box, but we got a lot of work to go.
Yes, yeah. I mean, the work here for the launch team, exciting day.
Yes.
We got this done. Our portion of this is done. Adam and the team now have Mars 2020 underway, and they've got a lot of work in front of them, too. And hopefully it is a quiet 7 months, and they get ready to go. But we are so excited to be able to perform this for them as our JPL customer. I know Tori Bruno and the ULA team are excited as well. And I just can't be I can't be more excited about how this went this
feels
morning.
Good.
Yes.
Hey, before we sign off today, we want to check in with the NASA launch manager, Omar Baez, to get some thoughts from him. Omar, kind of give us your response after seeing a successful process this morning.
Okay, so about a minute ago, we did get acquisition of the spacecraft signal. That signifies that JPL's Deep Space Network has locked onto the spacecraft. It's on its journey to Mars. Everything appears to be going nominally for them. They'll get to check out the spacecraft now, do those checks that they need to do to learn how to fly that vehicle the way it wants to fly on its way to Mars. Pretty interesting. We separated them at approximately 25,000 miles an hour, and it's going to take a couple of months to get to that February 18th landing date, which they're targeting. So it's an impressive amount of speed that we imparted to them, and that speed is what our job as Launch Services Program and United Launch Alliance is to provide that spacecraft. The heavy lifting now is on our partners at the Jet Propulsion Lab. to slow it down when it gets to Mars, up the parachutes, slow them down in the atmosphere, and extend that sky crane and land on Mars. So they've got a heck of a lot of work to do from here on out. Today's count went beautiful up until the last 20 minutes. Started to get exciting with some of the assets on the range having dropouts. And then a surprise call from the spacecraft mission director that we had a small earthquake in California at Pasadena that the folks in the control room felt. But they never lost signal, and they came back to me and said they were ready to proceed. We were able to lock down the time we were after. Launched on time, perfect launch from what I could see visually here in the control room. The orbital parameters look dead on. Our velocity is dead on. So we're on our way to Mars. There's no way back. So good luck to the Mars 2020 team. It's been a pleasure to be part of this. I've been with this roving Mars community since Sojourner, and through Spirit, Opportunity, and Curiosity. So it's a pleasure to be once again part of that little bit that becomes that club, that auto club of roving on Mars. And I just want to say I'm very proud of this team. This team has worked diligently to get here. It's hard enough to get to Mars, throw in COVID. Today we're dealing with a small earthquake, the threat of a tropical storm heading in our direction. It's just an immense amount of pressure on the team, and it's so relieving to be able to have gotten that mission off today on the first attempt. And with that, that closes the show for us.
Awesome. A big thanks to Omar. Appreciate him and his words. Obviously, a phenomenal effort from all 5 of our teams we talked about.
Yes.
So from LSP, congrats to this team. JPL, congrats to the U.S. Space Force. Congrats to ULA. Thank you to ULA for hosting us today. And then the Department of Energy. And a special thanks to a couple groups, the RADCC and the JIC. Those were 2 teams that were working behind the scenes for over 3 years to prepare for a contingency with the MMRTG.
That's correct.
Didn't have to exercise any of that work, which is what they wanted. Like that's
So
kind of one of
they
those
had a
things.
great day.
They had a great day. Yes, everybody had a great day. So, Mick, thanks to you as well for joining me.
Appreciate it, Joshua. Thanks for having me again. I've always loved doing this with you. And again, excited about the Mars mission. As Omar said, our prayers and good luck with the JPL team. They've got a lot of work in front of them, and we're just so excited to get them on their way in a perfect launch and orbit today. So thanks again for having me.
Yeah, the countdown to Mars continues. That's going to do it for us at the ASOC for the launch of the Mars 2020 mission with the Perseverance rover. Daryl, back to you.
All right, Mick Woltman and Joshua Santora, thank you both. A great job done by you. And again, congratulations to the Launch Services Program team here at NASA for the great launch, as well as United Launch Alliance getting that off. And I got to congratulate you as well, Dr. Moo. You're with JPL. You've been working on this for 7 years.
Yes.
Congratulations. How does it feel?
It's amazing to have this phase of the mission cemented now in time. Is amazing. But like Adam said, there's so much more to go.
A lot of work to do, but you know that your baby right there in front of you is on its way to Mars.
Yes, it is.
Very good. Well, engineers and scientists at NASA have spent years designing, as we've told you, and testing and building the Mars Perseverance rover, but we've also had help from a number of countries around the world.
Norway, France, and Spain, just to name a few, but also the European and Japanese space agencies. Here now is a toast to all of those who helped us get to Mars and help that Perseverance rover get ready to fly.
Congratulations for the successful launch of this fantastic new mission to the planet Mars.
Congratulations for the great work, despite all the obstacles set by COVID-19.
I want to congratulate everybody who made this mission happen thus far.
Thank you all for the passion and the commitment to make this epic happen.
Bravo
Et toutes mes félicitations, which means my heartfelt congratulations to all the teams involved in this magnificent adventure.
So you've been rewarded with a beautiful launch, and I hope you'll have a safe cruise to Mars. So well done the work so far. Let's keep going.
Skål to all teams for a successful flight.
Our international effort to reach Mars is more important now than it ever has been before.
This mission confirms that when we work together, we can overcome unbelievable challenges.
And to build a mission that truly deserves its name, Perseverance.
To persevere means to insist, to keep on, to continue trying tirelessly.
And if we persevere, we succeed. And that's why I think this is an appropriate name for this mission.
Perseverance has just started a journey to make history in Mars exploration.
It's the start of our collaboration, not only to go to Mars, but to bring back samples, the Mars Sample Return Campaign, and this is going to change our view of Mars forever.
Mars is an amazing place to explore.
Because exploration is inside the human being very nature.
Mars is essential to understand and know about our solar system, including our Earth.
We believe we can contribute to scientific discovery and future human exploration on Mars.
This exploration of Mars is of great global significance as it contributes to the humanity's search for a home away from planet Earth.
We need robotic precursor missions like Mars 2020 Perseverance to help us understand where we need to go and what we need to do when we get to Mars, but ultimately our objective as a globe is to put humans on the surface of Mars.
Together we're counting down to Mars, so go Perseverance!
一緒に火星に進出しましょう。行けPerseverance.
Stiamo facendo insieme il conto alla rovescia per Marte. Vai Perseverance!
Ensemble, nous retournons vers Mars. Bon voyage, Perseverance.
Halt Perseverance.
Adelante, Perseverance.
Hiya, Perseverance.
Together we are counting down to Mars. Go Perseverance.
And thank you so much to our international partners that you just saw there. They did a fantastic job. Now, before we let you go, we want to tell you about a little tradition that JPL has, where they did this, I guess, after the launch or before the launch with some peanuts, and Moo knows it well.
Yeah, in fact, Perseverance, little baby Percy brought us some peanuts here to divvy out, so let me give you some.
Look at there.
It actually started with a landing event. So Rangers 1 through 6 didn't go as planned. And then with Ranger 7, it landed successfully on the moon. And they were thinking, what was the difference between Rangers 1 through 6 and 7? And it was these lucky peanuts.
The lucky peanuts.
Yeah.
And so ever since then, I guess they've been having peanuts.
Exactly.
To
for
get
every landing. And now launches.
Well, and now we've got ours in our hand. We're going to hold off because we got a little more reading to do, but we're ready to go with our peanuts.
Yes. Yes, thank you so much for watching NASA's launch coverage of Mars 2020. Stay tuned to NASA TV and our social media channels for updates to the mission.
Yeah, coming up in just a bit at 11:30 Eastern Daylight Time, we will have a post-launch news conference right here on NASA TV, so stay tuned for that. And of course, to the next big moment that we've been talking about, the landing of the Perseverance rover on the surface of Mars 7 months from now. That date, February 18th, 2021. So for now, we leave you with highlights from the thrilling liftoff earlier this morning. Take care, everyone, and remember, keep looking up. Cheers.
Cheers.
7, 6, 5, 4. Engine ignition. 2, 1, 0.
0. Release.
And liftoff. As the countdown to Mars continues, the perseverance of humanity launching the next generation of robotic explorers to the Red Planet.
And Atlas TU has gone to closed loop control. Coming up on third.
The countdown to Mars continues. The perseverance of humanity launching the next generation of robotic explorers to the Red Planet.
Welcome to NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Southern California. We are gearing up for NASA's Perseverance rover to touch down on Mars. Happening in an hour and a half from now, the rover will attempt to land in Jezero Crater. It is the most difficult landing site on Mars ever attempted. Thank you for joining us. I'm your host, Raquel Villanueva. In the past, mission team members gathered in our mission control for landings. But this time around, we have COVID safety measures in place. Today's landing will look a little different than what you've seen before. I am in a room by myself, and so is my co-host. Here in the Spaceflight Operations Facility, team members are in different parts of this building. Some are in mission control, others are upstairs for landing operations. We also have isolated rooms for our guests on this show. In total, we have 8 locations covered by 14 robotic cameras that you will be seeing. One of those locations is the dark room, the heart of NASA's Deep Space Network. Think of it as a giant communication switchboard. This is where spacecraft phone home to us from across the solar system and interstellar space. The Deep Space Network has been tracking Perseverance since it left Earth. And there are lots of ways you can watch landing today. We have a 360-degree camera inside the control room. It lets you experience the landing right along with the team while seeing this broadcast. We also have the clean feed. It shows an uninterrupted view of mission control and audio. También tenemos un programa en español. To tell us about it is host Diana Trujillo, who also works on the mission.
Thank you, Raquel. We're so excited to be the sister live broadcast in Spanish. Sintonízate nuestro programa en las redes sociales de Twitter, YouTube y Facebook en la NASA en español para que nos acompañes a un tour virtual de la NASA con entrevistas con astronautas, con participación de artistas, con entrevistas con científicos e ingenieros de Perseverance, con Plaza Sésamo y mucho más. Te esperamos.
Gracias, Diana. And don't forget, we want to see how you are watching the landing today. Use the hashtag Countdown to Mars to send us your photos and videos. To preview what interviews are coming up is my co-host from the JPL News office, Marina Jurica.
Thanks so much, Raquel. The excitement is building behind me right here in Mission Control as we count down to the Perseverance landing. We will be talking to some of the many people who made today possible, from scientists to engineers on the Mars 2020 Perseverance rover team to folks from NASA headquarters giving us a look into the future of Mars exploration. A little later, we will also be speaking with the students who named the rover and the helicopter. Inspirational stories as we prepare for another landing on the Red Planet. Back to you, Raquel.
Thanks, Marina. Let's give a shout out to the students around the nation learning about Perseverance's mission to Mars with their teachers. We're happy you're with us on this exciting day. Later in the show, we will be answering some of the questions you submitted through your classrooms. Landing on Mars is complex. The team will be calling out milestones as they happen. It's fast-paced, and you'll hear lots of technical terms. To help us translate and explain what is going on in Mission Control is Swati Mohan. She is part of Perseverance's landing team. Thanks for guiding us through landing today, Swati.
Hi, Raquel. I'm happy to be here today.
So, Swati, what is the status of the Perseverance rover right now?
So, Perseverance is still in space right now, about 9,000 miles from Mars. So far, she is healthy and on course.
And it takes time to send signals between Earth and Mars. Can you let us know how that affects the information you are seeing?
So Mars is about 127 million miles from Earth right now. That means it takes about 11 minutes from light to travel from Mars to Earth. So all the information that we receive from Perseverance actually happened 11 minutes ago. So the round trip is 22 minutes for us to send a command to Perseverance and hear back on the ground that she's received that command. This is what we call two-way light time.
That's good to know. And can you tell us who else is in the room with you right now?
The operations team is split into two different areas. Here in the cruise mission support area, we have primarily the team that has been flying Perseverance from Earth to Mars. You'll see the placards with the roles of each of the people by their stations. Some of the people you may hear talking today are the flight director, who is the conductor of our operations orchestra here, the entry, descent, and landing activity lead, who is a member of the landing team tasked with understanding the execution of entry, descent, and landing, and then also the telecommunications and entry, descent, and landing communications engineers who will be monitoring the signal from Perseverance through the different paths that we have. Upstairs, in what we call the war room, we have almost the entire entry, descent, and landing operations team. And then across the hall from them, we have the surface mission control room, where the surface operations team is ready and waiting to take over as soon as Perseverance's wheels touch the ground.
And you have been part of this mission for years now. Can you tell us what have you been working on?
I've been working on Perseverance for almost 8 years now as a guidance, navigation, and control engineer, working primarily on entry, descent, and landing. One of my big tasks was to help with terrain relative navigation. Perseverance will be the first mission to fly terrain relative navigation. So while she's descending on the parachute, she'll actually be looking at the ground with a camera, seeing where she is with respect to the Martian surface, and choosing a safe spot to land that she can get to. After so many years of working on the mission, it's an honor to be here today as the mission commentator.
We're happy to have you here. Thanks, Swati. We'll be checking back in with you in just a few minutes as Perseverance approaches its next milestone. But for now, let's learn more about the rover's mission once it lands on Mars.
You know, Mars is the closest place that we can reach with robotic exploration that we think had a really good chance of having ancient life.
The Perseverance rover will land at a location called Jezero Crater. Jezero Crater is a very interesting place. It's a crater that once held a lake.
There are a lot of craters on the surface of Mars that could have once hosted ancient lakes, but not every crater that we think had a lake actually preserves evidence that that lake was there.
It had an inflow channel and it had an outflow channel. That means it was filled. The crater was filled with water.
In Jezero, we have probably one of the most beautifully preserved delta deposits on Mars in that crater.
This is a wonderful place to live for microorganisms, and it is also a wonderful place for those microorganisms to be preserved so that we can find them now so many billions of years later.
There is no other place on Mars that has the unique combination of a lake setting, a beautifully preserved delta, and the diverse mineralogy that we have in Jezero Crater. So it's truly a special landing site.
The major goal of the Perseverance mission is to investigate astrobiology on Mars, and in particular, to address the question of whether life ever existed on Mars. The Perseverance rover starts with a design that's very similar to Curiosity. We've added to it a whole new set of science instruments, and these science instruments were purposefully selected to help us in the search for biosignatures.
We're going to be taking microphones with us. For the first time, we're going to have that human sense on another planet.
Perseverance carries with her a grand experiment in spacefaring technology, a helicopter, the name of which is now Ingenuity.
One of the major upgrades that Perseverance has
from Curiosity is that it's able to self-drive for a distance of up to 200 meters per day. As the rover is driving, it's literally building the map of the road it's driving on Mars.
Scientists for years have told us that to really unlock the secrets of Mars, we have to bring samples from Mars back to Earth.
So what Mars 2020 is going to do is to drill samples, put them in small tubes. We're going to seal it in its own individual tube. We set them on the surface to provide a target for the second two missions, which hopefully will get in development in the next several years and could potentially get the samples back to Earth by 2031.
Perseverance is a very, very profound first step in both our understanding of our place in the universe and a stepping stone towards human exploration on Mars.
You are watching live Mars landing commentary, and Perseverance is about to reach another important milestone. Swati, can you tell us what is happening?
We are at a milestone where the operations team determines whether they're ready to turn off the transmitter to Perseverance. Turning off the transmitter is like taking your hands off of the wheel. At this point forward, Perseverance would be on her own to execute entry, descent, and landing over 500,000 lines of code. Let's listen in.
Go. Propulsion. Go. Art lead. Go. Team chief. Go. Ace. Go. Launch cruise phase lead. Go. Deputy mission. Go. EDL phase lead. Go. Mission assurance. Mission assurance is go. Chief engineer. Chief is go. Project manager. Projects go. Mission manager. All stations are go for transmitter off. Copy flight. Go for transmitter off.
There you have it, Raquel. We have deemed Perseverance ready to execute entry, descent, and landing on her own.
Thank you, Swati. As we just heard, Perseverance is now operating on its own as it cruises closer to Mars. To help explain what this mission means for the agency is NASA's Associate Administrator, Thomas Zurbuchen. Thomas, this is our fifth rover sent to Mars since 1997. Can you tell us how Perseverance is going to kickstart a new era?
Wow, this is such an important day today, and it really is the beginning of a new era in a sense that we're going from exploration, kind of with experiments on rovers, looking around, doing analysis, to the sample return phase, in which we're not only looking around, looking at the geology, but really turning our rover into a robotic geologist and astrobiologist, collecting samples that we will bring back to Earth. And for us, of course, those are where the best laboratories are of all of humanity. Some of them still remain to be explored by some that are not yet in the science community yet. And that's what we're looking forward to. It's that new phase. The other element that I want to talk about is the amazing technologies that are there. And of course, one of my favorites is the Ingenuity helicopter, this in search of this extraterrestrial Wright brothers moment, controlled flight for the first time elsewhere, Raquel.
Great. And we have a student question on video for you from Macy.
Hi, my name is Macy Ragsdale. My question is anything alive on Mars? Thank you.
Well, Macy, I'm so glad for your question. That's a question I ask myself. Is anything alive there? And frankly, at the surface where we're going right now with Perseverance, we do not believe there's anything alive right there because of the radiation that's there. It's chilling, cold, and there's really no water there. But guess what? We think that 3 billion years ago, this looked like a stream that you may see on Earth. And frankly, a lot more similar than Earth, with water with a magnetic field, just like the Earth with an atmosphere. And the question is, at that time, 3 billion years ago, were there single-cell organisms, just of the type that developed on Earth? So is there life on Mars overall? We don't know. But where we're going right now, we're really looking for ancient life. And that's what we're so excited about.
Thank you for your time today, Thomas. And thanks to everyone who has been using the hashtag Countdown to Mars. Here are some of the photos that you've sent in so far. Let's take a look. Now, please keep sharing with us how you are watching this moment today. For now, let's go back to Swati for an important update to what's going on in Mission Control as we get closer to another milestone.
Hi, Raquel. This next milestone is a communications pole. So during landing, not only will Perseverance talk directly to Earth, but we'll also be talking to two spacecraft that are currently orbiting Mars, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter and the MAVEN spacecraft. This poll is to confirm with the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter spacecraft and the MAVEN spacecraft teams that they are ready and on track to support the relay from Perseverance. Let's listen in.
EDL flight.
Go flight.
Have you performed the comm check and readiness of the orbiters?
We have performed the voice check and the readiness poll and can confirm that MRO, MAVEN, EDA, Radio Science 1 and 2, UHF, DTE, CSN, and EDL GDS are all ready to support.
Copy, EDL comm.
So we've just heard that we have confirmation from each of the different orbiters and all of their support equipment on the ground that they are ready and are on track to support the relay from Perseverance.
Great, thank you, Swati. And we just heard that communications readiness poll, which means we are ready to relay the data Perseverance will send to get a better idea of what the rover looks like as it approaches Mars. We have a NASA program called EYES. The visualization lets anyone watching track Perseverance. Here's how the program works.
Follow Perseverance on its journey to the surface of the red planet with eyes on the solar system. From your desktop or mobile device, go to eyes.nasa.gov. Click on the banner, and now you're with Perseverance in real time through every step of EDL, entry, descent, and landing. This interactive experience lets you ride along from whatever perspective you choose. Click and drag, scroll in, scroll out. Check out the descriptions and explanations to increase your EDL expertise. Experience every entry, descent, and landing event precisely designed and executed to land Perseverance safely on Mars. The EYES experience is based on predictive data, but during this broadcast you'll see a different visualization called Ranger, and it's based on the real communication the team in Mission Control receives from Perseverance in near real time. This is the visualization the team will follow as data fills their screens while monitoring the health of Perseverance on its nerve-wracking course to another successful Mars landing. Enjoy the ride.
You are watching live Mars landing commentary. Stepping outside Mission Control to talk to us is Perseverance system engineer Matt Smith. Thanks for joining us today, Matt.
Hey, Raquel.
Well, coming from Mission Control, we are going to hear terms related to landing. Can you help us understand what some of them mean?
Sure, definitely. One thing you'll hear a lot about is telemetry. So telemetry is just our way of talking about data that's coming from the spacecraft and telling us important things like temperatures on the vehicle, pressure, how much fuel we have left, and other things that we need to understand for the health and safety of the vehicle. You'll also hear the word nominal, hopefully. Nominal means everything is expected, everything is okay, we're good to go. You'll hear also a lot about velocity and deceleration. So velocity is just our speed combined with the direction we're going, And deceleration is our slowing velocity. So we're coming in at over 12,000 miles per hour, and we're going to slow down to a nice, comfortable 2 miles per hour at landing, and that's our deceleration. Speaking of landing, you may hear a couple important terms at landing itself. One is RIMU stable. So the RIMU is a device on the rover that measures the rover's orientation and whether it's moving. So we want a nice stable landing spot without any motion. You'll also hear UHF stable, hopefully. UHF stable refers to good telecommunications link with the rover and indicates that we've had a good separation between the descent stage and the rover after the sky crane maneuver. Finally, you may also hear Tango Delta nominal or touchdown nominal. That means we've touched down on the surface of Mars within the expected range of safe landing speeds.
Thanks for that breakdown. Now, this is your first Mars mission. What have you learned from this experience?
Yeah, one of my takeaways is that you can almost never be too careful when it comes to Mars. You definitely can't take Mars for granted. You know, we've checked and double-checked and triple-checked everything on our way to Mars. And, you know, even though we've done this once before using the sky crane technique on the Curiosity rover, you know, I think everyone's going to have their, everyone's going to hold their breath until we're on the surface of Mars this time around.
And we have a social media question coming in. Nor the Door on Instagram asks, how complicated is the automated landing sequence and who wrote the code?
Yeah, it's quite complicated. The automated landing software needs to do literally hundreds of things all on its own, just right with sub-second timing accuracy. And it's the result of many hundreds of people over many years, stretching all the way back to Curiosity and then improved for the Perseverance landing today at Jezero Crater.
Great. Thanks for your time today, Matt, and good luck.
Thanks.
Now, landing on Mars is hard. Landing on Mars during a pandemic is even harder. The team behind the Perseverance rover faced one of its biggest challenges when the coronavirus pandemic struck. Here's how they kept the mission going.
When the pandemic struck, the future was certainly unknown. It was like walking into a blind, dark alley. You didn't know what was there, what was in front of you, what you were going to have to deal with.
It's something that nobody expected. It's something nobody could plan for.
So we all were asked to start working from home.
Rather than your first priority being mission success and getting to the launch pad, your first priority immediately gets displaced, and it's now the safety of the people.
And it took a lot of work to put stuff together in order to keep momentum going, to keep people working safely, keep them healthy, and to keep the project on schedule.
We called the effort Mars 2020 Safe at Work, and the objective was to keep the team as safe or safer than they would be if they were not working. You know, putting a spacecraft together that's going to Mars and not making a mistake, it's hard no matter what. Trying to do it during the middle of a pandemic, it's a lot harder.
And liftoff. As the countdown to Mars continues, the perseverance of humanity launching the next generation of robotic explorers to the Red Planet.
Certainly never done something like this before. Try to lead a team that's flying a spacecraft on the way to Mars while getting ready for landing, while doing it all from home.
There's no doubt that working in isolation, not virtual isolation, but in physical isolation from everyone else, is a challenge.
We had to rethink and redesign what it meant to operate a spacecraft in flight when we couldn't all be in the same room in mission control, seeing the data come down from Perseverance.
It was a major change going to that, you know, looking at everyone on a screen instead of in person.
Because of the pandemic, you can't you know, just pop over your cubicle wall and talk to the person next to you.
It's definitely been a challenge to figure out how to communicate and get everything done remotely, but we've managed to make it work.
We are explorers. Our job is to go into the unknown, and this is just another example of the unknown.
We're really doing something that's transformative and trying to understand whether or not life evolved on another planet. That's the fundamental objective of this mission.
We're all still connected by this incredible mission and this this wonderful team that we have the opportunity to be a part of. So that keeps at least me going.
pretty much everybody that I've talked to that's associated with the mission has said the same thing, which is you could not have come up with a better name than Perseverance.
It's an amazing serendipity that we get to persevere through working on Perseverance.
Joining us now is Perseverance Deputy Project Manager Matt Wallace. Matt, just how ambitious is this mission, and how does this team stay on track with unexpected challenges like the pandemic?
Well, it's a very ambitious mission. You know, we're carrying not only a host of new, extremely capable science instruments to do that science mission that we've talked about, but also a number of technology experiments to provide feed-forward information into the next set of robotic explorers or even human exploration of Mars. So there's a lot for us to do. We look a lot like Curiosity, but in fact we're carrying 50% more payload down to the surface of Mars, and so it's been a big challenge. You know, and it was particularly challenging when the pandemic struck. It came at a critical time in our processing. We were just months away from launching. We're trying to essentially get the spacecraft assembled, do the final tests. It did not have a lot of margin in our schedule, and our focus just entirely shifted from that to keeping the team safe and keeping their families safe. And we had to do that quickly, to make the adjustment quickly. I think, you know, we got through it with a lot of help. A lot of people stepped up to make it happen. The team was tenacious, and we managed to get it launched and fly it to Mars. You know, thanks to a lot of help.
And Matt, just how large is the team that worked on Perseverance?
It's a big team. A couple thousand people here just at JPL, in fact, have worked on the mission. And then almost every other NASA center has contributed in some significant and critical way as well. We have over 1,000 industry partners that have provided hardware into this mission from 44 different states, 60 different cities, and of course we have international contributions from Europe and many other international providers as well. So it's a big team. It's taken a lot of people to get us to where we're at.
That is a big team. This is the most difficult landing site ever attempted. Now, why do you think Perseverance is ready to land in Jezero Crater now?
Jezero is tough. I mean, it's scientifically fascinating because it's got a lot of things like craters and you know, rock fields and cliffs and sand dunes and that sort of thing, which are great for the science community. That's exactly the type of features they're looking for to learn more about Mars. But they're all landing hazards for us, and so we've had to add new technology to relative navigation, which is the ability essentially to divert away from hazards. But we have taken this system through the same types of paces that we have in previous missions. We've used the same techniques, the same best practices for engineering verification, and in many cases we've used the same people. This, in fact, is my fifth Mars rover mission, and I'm not alone. There's other people on the project in the same situation. So, you know, the team has given it everything they've gotten to put it all out there and to make this successful, and I think we're ready.
Thanks, Matt, and good luck on your fifth mission.
Thank you very much.
Well, Jezero Crater is a location on Mars that has intrigued scientists for years. Let's head over to Marina to learn more about the science goals of the mission.
That's right, Raquel. Here to explain why we want to go there is Deputy Project Scientist Katie Stack Morgan. Welcome, Katie.
Thanks, Marina. Glad to be here.
Now, Perseverance is landing on Mars at the Jezero Crater. Why is it that you and the team chose this particular area?
Yeah, so scientists believe Jezero Crater is one of the best places on Mars and possibly the entire solar system to look for signs of ancient life. Jezero contained an ancient lake and has within it one of the best preserved ancient delta deposits on the surface of Mars. And deltas form when a river enters a relatively open body of water, like an impact crater, and deposits the sediment that it's carrying into the lake. And we know based on studies of deltas and lakes here on Earth that they're great places to concentrate and preserve organics and support microbial life. We're also excited because Jezero exposes rocks that are between 3.5 to more than 4 billion years old and represent a variety of different geological processes.
Now, this might be a tough choice, but what do you think would be the most rewarding scientific discovery that we expect to get from this mission?
As hands down, I think the most rewarding discovery I think we can make with Perseverance would be finding a truly compelling ancient biosignature on Mars. The rocks in and around Jezero crater record a period of time when life first arose in the solar system, and we have the opportunity with Perseverance to study the evolution of the planet from a once habitable world likely capable of supporting ancient life to the cold, barren planet we know Mars is today.
And why do you think, Katie, it's so important to find out if there really is or was ancient life on Mars?
Well, the question of whether there's life beyond Earth is one of the most fundamental and essential questions we can ask. And our ability to ask this question and develop the scientific investigations and technology to answer it is one of the things that make us as a species so unique. And based on everything we know about Mars in the past, it absolutely should have been capable of supporting ancient life. So we can find out an answer to the question, where there were habitable environments, was there life? And studying the possible emergence of life on ancient Mars can also help us better understand the conditions that led to life on our own planet.
That's so fascinating, Katie. Now we're going to take a question from a student, Vara.
Hi, I'm Vara, and my question is, why was Mars able to sustain lakes and rivers ages ago, but cannot now? Isn't it cold enough to make water, and isn't it always? Thank you.
Yeah, that is such a great question. And one of the things that protects our atmosphere here on Earth and allows liquid water to be stable on our own planet is the fact that we have a magnetic field protecting that atmosphere. We think that Mars lost its magnetic field way back billions of years ago and left the atmosphere exposed to things like solar winds and cosmic rays that basically blew that atmosphere away. And once that happened, liquid water wasn't stable on the surface of Mars anymore. It was too cold and the pressure was too low. And so now Mars is not capable of supporting liquid water and likely not capable of supporting life at its surface.
Well, thank you so much to Vara for that great question, and a big shout out to all the kids that are watching out there today. And thank you so much to you, Katie, for joining us. That was so great.
Thank you.
Now sending it back over to you, Raquel.
Thanks, Marina. Earlier, we were able to catch up with the communications systems engineer, Chloe Sakier. She helps us break down the system used to track Perseverance during landing.
The communications infrastructure supporting Perseverance's landing is quite complex. We've rallied a truly global network of relay and communications assets to help us capture and record those precious minutes of entry, descent, and landing, or EDL. We receive a stream of engineering telemetry via these communication assets that helps us see and understand exactly what's happening. Perseverance sends direct-to-Earth X-band tones, each of which provides us with indications of critical entry, descent, and landing events. During entry, descent, and landing, we have 2 Mars orbiters listening for the ultra-high frequency, or UHF, signals from Perseverance. These orbiters relay these signals to deep space network stations on Earth, Madrid in Spain, and Goldstone in California. The Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, or MRO, has reconfigured its software to perform a type of relay called bent pipe. This will provide us with near real-time telemetry during entry, descent, and landing. We have coverage from the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter from just before entry to a few minutes after landing. The telemetry we receive will be delayed by the time it takes light to travel from Mars to us back on Earth. Additionally, the Mars Atmosphere and Volatile Evolution spacecraft, or MAVEN, is recording these UHF signals and will be relaying that recording hours after landing. MAVEN will be covering us from around the time of cruise stage separation until a few minutes after landing. We also receive what we call heartbeat tones, which are indications that the spacecraft is alive and progressing throughout entry, descent, and landing. It's important to note that while unexpected, we could lose our communication links and still land safely. Because Perseverance is doing entry, descent, and landing completely autonomously, she doesn't need our help to joystick the landing. The communication links give us added visibility.
And you can see Chloe hard at work inside Mission Control right now. Perseverance's landing might look like the system the Curiosity rover used back in 2012. But landing on Mars is difficult. There's always a risk involved. Here's what needs to happen for Perseverance to touch down safely in Jezero Crater.
Nothing can be taken for granted when you get to Mars. There's a lot of things we just don't know.
Space always has a way of throwing us curveballs and surprising us.
I mean, until we get the data that says we're on the ground safely, I'm going to be worried that we're not going to make it.
Entry, descent, and landing is often referred to as the 7 minutes of terror because it takes about 7 minutes to get from the top of the atmosphere of Mars to the ground safely.
The spacecraft has to do all of this by itself.
There are many things that have to go right to get Perseverance onto the ground safely.
There's a lot counting on this. This is the first leg of our sample return relay race. There's a lot of work on the line.
Starting about 10 minutes before atmospheric entry, we get rid of really the spacecraft part of the rover that's been supporting us.
We come screaming in to the Martian atmosphere at 12 to 13,000 miles per hour.
And the heat shield is what dissipates all that initial energy through friction.
The vehicle will continue actually flying itself through the atmosphere. It's sort of like a transforming vehicle that went from spacecraft, and now it's kind of like an aircraft actively guiding itself.
When we're going slow enough, we deploy a parachute.
It's the biggest supersonic parachute we've ever sent to another planet. It's critical for slowing down the vehicle.
Perseverance's entry, descent, and landing borrows heavily from that of Curiosity.
But fundamentally, Perseverance is a different rover. She's bigger, she has different instruments.
We've added a lot of smarts on the inside to make it more capable so that it can deal with the landing site that we've given.
The science team identified Jezero Crater as basically an ancient lake bed and one of the most promising places to look for evidence of ancient microbial life and to collect samples for future return to Earth. The problem is it's a much more hazardous place to land.
When you look at Jezero, all you see is danger. How do we go to a site that we never thought was safe enough to go to before? So the heat shield, which has protected us all the way through entry, is no longer necessary. We need to get that off so that we can actually see the ground. And we can see the ground in a couple different ways.
Perseverance will be the first mission to use terrain relative navigation. So while it's descending on the parachute, it will actually be taking images of the surface of Mars and determining where to go based on what it sees. This is finally like landing with your eyes open. Having this new technology really allows Perseverance to land in much more challenging terrain than Curiosity or any previous Mars mission could. Amongst the rocks and the craters and the cliffs, these things are hazardous to the rover, but these are the things that are interesting to the scientists.
Once Perseverance has figured out where she is, jettison the back shell and parachute, and light up our rockets. Those rockets help us steer to a safe landing spot that's nearby.
That descent stage takes us all the way down to about 20 meters off the ground.
That's when we start the sky maneuver. Once the rover has hit the ground, the descent stage will cut loose from the rover and fly away to a safe distance. Surviving that 7 minutes is really just the beginning for Perseverance. Its job, right, being the first leg of sample return, to go look for those signs of past life on Mars. All that can't start until we get Perseverance safely to the ground. And then that's when the real mission begins.
With us now is Al Chen. He is Perseverance's entry, descent, and landing lead. Al, you were part of the Curiosity rover landing. Does it get any easier the second time around?
It absolutely does not, especially when considering we're trying to land the biggest, heaviest, and most complex rover we've ever built at the most dangerous landing site we've ever attempted. Jezero may look great and promising from a science perspective, but it's absolutely treacherous for landing. There's a cliff wall that's about 200 feet tall that runs right through the middle of the landing site. There are craters full of sand that even if we landed into them, we would not be able to drive out of. And there are rocks to the east and actually all over the place, rock fields. That would be a bad day for us if we were to land on them.
Now, Al, what new technology makes this type of dangerous landing possible?
Perseverance is carrying two new technologies that are really kind of under the hood smarts that are allowing us to land at this treacherous landing site. The first is range trigger. That's the ability, we've given Perseverance the ability to decide for herself, based on where she is, when to deploy the parachute. Previously, we used to deploy parachutes, that supersonic parachute, based just on navigated velocity. But now Perseverance has the smarts to figure out where she is and deploy that parachute at just the right place to make sure that we shrink where we could come down. That actually reduces the area, that error ellipse, where we can come down on the ground, from something that was on the order of 15 miles long by 12 miles wide for Curiosity to about 5 miles long by 4 miles wide for Perseverance. So that's quite a bit of reduction. Second, the next piece of technology that's helping us land there is terrain relative navigation. In the past, after we've popped off the heat shield, we've taken pictures of the ground as it's been coming up, but we haven't really done anything with them. This time, Perseverance is carrying a camera to take pictures, but also a kind of second brain to help it figure out what those pictures are telling it and match it up with an onboard map from a satellite. That allows it to figure out exactly where she is. Suddenly then, she can then fly to safe spots that are nearby once she really knows where she is. It allows the site to not have to be as flat and boring as a pancake as some of our past sites have been, the entire area we could come down. Now we just need little pieces of that site to be small enough and safe enough for us to land in safely and fly there after we've gotten rid of the parachute.
And we also have a social media question coming in. Sansakari14 on Instagram is asking, how does the Sky Crane decide where to move itself after the payload lands?
After the payload lands, after the rover touches down, the Sky Crane, the descent stage, which is that rocket-powered jetpack above it, the first job, of course, is to make sure you don't hurt the rover. So it'll turn forward or backward so that the engine plumes don't pass over the rover. So it'll come up and start to turn. And it'll go in whichever direction is closest to north. So it can either go forward, if that's the way north is, or go toward the rear of the rover, if that's where north is. And it'll fly about 1/3 of a mile or so away.
Thanks for talking to us today, Al.
Thank you very much.
Now, let's head back to Mission Control for an update from Swati.
Hi, Raquel. So remember that command that we sent at around 11:35 to turn the transmitter off? We are just about to get confirmation that Perseverance has received the command. The command took 11 minutes to go to Perseverance, and then the reply took 11 minutes to get back from Perseverance to the ground. So we should hear any second now that we have officially turned off the transmitter. And after that, we will be about 4 minutes from the start of entry, descent, and landing mode. At this point, we will transition from the cruise approach mode to entry, descent, and landing. And that means our travel from Earth to Mars is done, and now we just need to get to the surface. So far, things are looking good.
Great.
Oh, this is CAD 3, ready to show estimated missed distance for OD 132.
Copy EDL phase, we'll come back.
Flight Ace. Go Ace. Our tracking stations have all confirmed the results of the transmitter drive off and in lock one way.
Copy Ace. GDS flight. Flight GDS. At this time, I'd like to disable the alarms before EDL main. So please disable all the alarm files and start a new downlink session. Copy that. EGP. Copy that. Proceeding now.
Confirmation that we are now officially one way and the transmitter is off.
Rover mission has helped shape the other, starting with the landing of the Pathfinder more than 20 years ago, leading up to where we are today with Perseverance. Perseverance Deputy Project Manager Jennifer Trosper has worked on every Mars rover mission, and she joins us now. Jennifer, how does Perseverance fit into the history of exploring Mars?
Thanks, Raquel. It's great to be here. Well, Perseverance is NASA's 5th rover on Mars, and I've had the privilege of working on every one of them. And the very first rover was the Sojourner rover we sent in 1997, and it was the size of a microwave oven. And even at that small size, Sojourner was able to transform the way that we explore Mars, from stationary landers to small roving robots that go from place to place, just like a geologist would on Earth. So once we had that roving capability, then we sent our twin rovers Spirit and Opportunity. Spirit and Opportunity were tasked with finding evidence of ancient water on Mars. Now they did. They're great explorers, and both of them found ample evidence that water had once existed on the surface of Mars. But we had a question. Another question then was Mars ever habitable if water had been there? And that's when we sent Curiosity. Now, Curiosity was a major upgrade to our rover fleet. She's the size of a small car. She landed with the Sky Crane system instead of airbags. And she also carries along her own sample analytics lab, and she's still operating today. And during her exploration, she has found evidence of a habitable environment in an ancient lake bed on Mars. So now we're sending Perseverance. Perseverance is tasked with answering the question and looking for evidence of ancient microbial life on Mars. And in order to do this, she has to be the smartest and most capable rover we've ever sent.
Speaking of Perseverance, can you tell us more about how Perseverance is smarter than its predecessors?
Yes, we've made a lot of upgrades to help her along with the surface mission. One of them is for her autonomous traverse capability. When I say autonomous traverse, I mean we tell her where we want her to end up, and she has to figure out the safe and best way to get there. In order to do that, she uses her cameras, algorithms, a computer. So we've given her another computer, we've upgraded the cameras, and we've upgraded the algorithms. Now she drives 3 times as fast as Curiosity could drive in this autonomous traverse mode. In fact, her average daily distance for driving, about 200 meters, is close to the maximum distance any rover has ever driven in a day on Mars. So she's fast. Another thing that we've done, which is the most significant upgrade that we've made, is the sample caching system itself. Curiosity has a robotic arm, like Perseverance has a robotic arm, but on the end of Perseverance's robotic arm is a coring drill that will go and take rock cores, transfer them into sample tubes and into the rover, where another robotic arm will take those tubes, will seal them and store them, and eventually drop them on the surface of Mars for future return to Earth.
Great. And we also have a social media question about Perseverance. Erica AS on Instagram wants to know what the wheels of the rover are made out of.
Great question. Well, you may think we make them out of some material you've never heard of. It turns out they're made of aluminum. Now, Perseverance's wheels are a little thicker than Curiosity's, but they're actually both made out of aluminum.
And one more question for you. Can you tell us more about the importance of where you are right now in the building?
Yes, I am above, on the 2nd floor, above the cruise mission support area that you've been watching. And this is the surface mission support area. So as soon as Perseverance lands, all commands, this room will take over. It will become headquarters for operating Perseverance on Mars.
Thanks for taking the time to talk to us today, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Now, we now know Perseverance's place in history. Let's take an up-close look at the rover with Mars 2020 System Testbed Engineer Elio Morillo.
Thank you, Raquel. I'm standing in front of the Mars 2020 Perseverance scaled model. As you can tell, this vehicle is about the size of a Mini Cooper. These wheels are obviously black here and they look like rubber, but they're actually fully made of metal. These wheels are designed to allow us to climb over obstacles and of course climb over hills and minimize the amount of slipping once we're traversing on the surface of Mars. Here in the front of the rover, we have the sample caching system. And of course, at the very front end of this is the robotic arm, which this entire system is arguably the most complex robotic system we've ever sent outside of Earth. Here at the tip of the arm, we have a turret which contains a suite of instruments along with some drills and coring capabilities that will allow us to do contact science once we get to the surface of Mars. Not only that, this robotic system is equipped to collect samples about the size of a piece of chalk that then eventually will be stored inside of the vehicle and dropped off in a later location so that an eventual mission can go and return these samples to Earth, something we've never done in the past. Here in the front, we have the remote sensing mast. Something of note is that this mechanism is going to be stowed upon the touchdown on the surface of Mars. And one of the first critical activities we do is deploy this mechanism. This mechanism includes several cameras that are going to give us some of the most breathtaking images we've ever taken on Mars. Along with that, we have some lasers as well as a spectrometer. They're going to allow us to do some remote science. Here you see some of these extrusions that are part of the larger weather suite of instruments that will allow us to characterize the local climate around Perseverance. So that's a quick tour of the rover, but I got to get back to work. So back to you.
Perseverance is collecting samples of Martian rock for future return to Earth. We've heard that scientists have been wanting to bring Martian samples back for many generations. And here to talk a little bit about that is NASA's Planetary Science Division Director, Lori Glaze, who joins us now to talk about the role Perseverance will play in NASA's future goals. Welcome, Lori.
Hi.
Now, as you just heard, we've heard that scientists have been wanting to bring back these Martian samples for a very long time. Why do we need to bring them back?
That's really a great question. You know, we actually have examples of Mars already here on Earth that came here as meteorites. But we don't know exactly where they came from on Mars, and then they also have had to make the trip from Mars to Earth, and so they got altered during that time, and then during their entry and descent into the Earth's atmosphere, that also changes what those rocks are like. So being able to go to Mars and actually collect a sample where we know exactly where it came from, and we know we can preserve it and keep it pristine and carry it all the way back here, this will be incredibly important to help us answer questions about the geologic history of Mars, understanding how it formed and evolved, and also really important questions about whether or not life actually existed on Mars 3.5 billion years ago, and whether that life, if it existed, has been preserved in the surface of Mars.
Now, Lori, these sample tubes that Perseverance is going to be collecting, they're the cleanest things ever created on Earth. Tell me a little bit about that.
Oh my goodness. We worked so hard. The team here at JPL is absolutely incredible to assure that those sample tubes are incredibly clean. One of the main goals of this mission is to be able to detect if there's actual life that's preserved, ancient life preserved in those rocks, in those samples. And we definitely don't want to be carrying, our own DNA off to Mars and then bring it back here to confuse our scientists when they're trying to study those samples. So it is an incredibly clean set of equipment that's been sent there. As you said, the cleanest thing we've ever sent into space.
Now, this is a very complicated campaign. Can you break down for us how it's going to work, and if there's any international partners working with us?
You are correct. The Mars sample return campaign is incredibly complex. In fact, it's probably the most challenging thing we've ever tried to do. But we're definitely not going to try and do it alone. We have great partners with the European Space Agency. And the way this campaign is going to work, well, Perseverance is the first step. Chapter 1 is going to Mars and collecting the samples. Chapter 2 is going to be a sample return lander that we hope to launch in around 2026 to 2028. And that lander, it'll be an American lander carrying a fetch rover that's provided by European Space Agency. And that little fetch rover will drive out and pick up the samples that Perseverance left on the surface of Mars. and the Fetch rover will bring them back and load them into a rocket that we call the Mars Ascent Vehicle, which will be the first ever launch from another planet, and it will launch those samples into orbit around Mars. In the meantime, the European Space Agency will have an orbiter that's in orbit around Mars that can rendezvous and capture those samples and then bring them back to Earth for us to study back here in our amazing laboratories.
A lot of firsts, it sounds like, Lori. And another first, how is Perseverance and the Mars Sample Return mission going to help the future exploration, human exploration of Mars?
I'm so glad you asked that. I think we're going to get a lot of great information from Mars Sample Return with, again, being able to land the heaviest payload we've ever landed on Mars will be that Sample Return lander. That's critical to us learning how to land humans on Mars. And then we are definitely going to want to be able to launch the humans back off of Mars. So that Mars Ascent Vehicle is going to be critical, that first step of the first launch from another planet.
So exciting, Lori. And speaking about the Mars generation, we're now going to take a student question for you from Livia.
Hi, my name is Livia, and my question is, what made you want to study Mars, and why are you working so hard and willing to wait so long for a sample? Thank you.
Oh, Olivia, that is such a great question. And I enjoy Mars just because it can tell us so much about how our solar system formed and evolved. All of the planets can tell us different parts of that story, and Mars is a really key piece of that. And one of the main reasons we're willing to wait so long to get the sample back is that we've got great new scientists that are all about your age, and in about 10 or 15 or 20 years, you'll be the generation that's going to actually get to work with these samples. When they come back, you'll be the scientists and engineers that will be the next generation to change how we think about Mars and how we think about life in the solar system.
That was a great question, Lori. Reach for the stars, future little scientists and engineers. Thank you so much for joining us here today, Lori.
It's my pleasure. Thanks.
Back to you, Raquel, for another mission update.
Thanks, Marina. The cruise team for Perseverance controls the rover on its way to Mars. And moments ago, they handed it over to the landing team. And it looks like team leaders in Mission Control are about to talk to both teams. So let's listen in.
The CBM change, as I mentioned previously, is to the EDL reserve two-way non-coherent route.
Activity.
Copy flight.
EDL phase, go ahead.
I'd like to see pep talk, I guess, to the team. All right. I'm terrible at pep talks. I think my reputation precedes me there. And look, I know this hasn't been easy, right? I'm not even sure we've even been all in the same room at the same time. I mean, I'm staring at folks across the internet as well. Even now, right? Only. Yeah. Voice check. Okay. I do want to just extend my heartfelt appreciation from the EDL team to the launch cruise team. You've done everything we've asked for, right? I mean, you've battled anomalies, you've dealt with Cepheids, you've done everything. You delivered a healthy spacecraft to the place that we want to go, and she's right on target, right? You did the last maneuver literally 2 months ago, right? This is pretty incredible, in my opinion. And she's armed with the right information to help us land. Doing the parameter update last night, we're ready to roll. You've done everything right. And you've put up with us too, right? You've put up with our eccentricities and the things we like to do in EDL land. So I very much appreciate that. So you all should sleep in on Friday, since you guys have earned it. Thanks for literally and figuratively putting us in the right position to succeed. And let's land on Mars together.
Copy EDL phase. And as flight director, I also would like to thank the whole team, cruise ops, EDL ops, EDL team, and the surface ops as well. It's been an amazing journey. I think we all know that. And it's been my honor and pleasure to work with you all side by side. And your tireless efforts and endurance in the face of our challenges has been truly, truly inspiring. So kudos to you. Mission, would you like to say something?
Yeah, just echoing the same words that Al and Magdi have mentioned. You guys have overcome great obstacles in the last 6.5 months, and it started with an earthquake in this room on launch day at L-20 minutes. So I can't be more proud than all of the achievements that you guys have pulled off in the last 6.5 months. Whatever happens in the next hour and a half, you can be proud of the achievements that you've accomplished so far. I look forward to seeing you on the other side, and I only wish that the rest of our team could be sharing this moment with us. This is a very unusual event. This room is only half as full as it would be if we weren't in this pandemic. So missing everybody on the team who's not with us here today. And go EDL.
Welcome to the EDL family.
And with that, Godspeed Perseverance. All right, activity. Go ahead and continue the report.
Sure thing, Flight. We've since completed the EDL Start Anchor. As I was mentioning, we changed our CBM row to EDL Reserve two-way non-coherent. That row reinforces our CBM windows disabled, keeps our packetization on, it turns off our ranging and switches to the auxiliary oscillator. We have also started our real-time data product and reinforced Medley on. At this time,
Now, we just heard Perseverance team leaders thank the cruise team for their work in guiding the rover to Mars. Now, did you know the rover name and Mars helicopter name came from students? Well, a couple weeks ago, Marina was able to catch up with them.
Thanks, Raquel. Earlier this year, NASA and our partners held a nationwide essay contest to name our Mars rover. Alex Mather, a 7th grader from Springfield, Virginia, submitted the winning essay that was selected by NASA from a field of more than 28,000 entries from K through 12 students in every state in the U.S. Vanessa Rupani's essay for Ingenuity was so compelling, NASA thought it would be a perfect name for the history-making helicopter, a technology demonstration carried aboard the Perseverance rover. Alex and Vanessa join us now. Welcome, you guys.
Hello, space nerds.
Hi.
Now, you got to go to Florida and watch the launch live back in July. Alex, what were you feeling as you saw that rocket launch into the sky?
I read a log of books written by astronauts, and every single one of them always talks about the raw power behind the space launch. And I definitely feel like watching the launch invoked that sense of inspiration mixed with anticipation, along with that rumbling in my chest.
That's very inspirational, and I'm sure that you have had many conversations with your classmates since this all began. Now, what kind of questions have they asked you?
I got some people asking me about what this helicopter is, what this rover is, what are they actually going to do. So I love that this whole experience sparked a greater interest in the mission in my community.
Why do you think it's so important for kids to be inspired by space exploration?
Because space is the future, and kids are the future. Learning about space and watching the story of humanity spread to the stars happen is watching the future happen and seeing history unfold.
The best way to keep our home safe and protect our planet is to learn from the worlds around it. So I think it's really important for the next generation of scientists to be engaged in that type of exploration to make our home the best place it can be.
Now, speaking of the future, what has your life been like since naming the rover and helicopter? Has it sparked any future aspirations for the two of you?
Oh man, I am currently applying to a science and technology school for high school. I'm hoping for a NASA internship sometime along the way, with my ultimate goal being to join the incredible team of scientists and engineers who are about to make this happen.
This whole experience has definitely shown me that I want to go into the space industry. I came home from Florida, did all my college applications, and checked aerospace engineering on all the boxes. I mean, the whole time we were there, I was thinking, why would anyone want to do anything else?
So true. And the best of luck to both of you. Thank you so much for joining us here today, Alex and Vanessa.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. I had a great time.
Now, your essays, as well as the top 155 finalist essays, are riding on the Perseverance rover, along with nearly 11 million of the names from all over the world that were submitted before launch. And if you miss the chance to get your name on Perseverance, then you will get another chance to reserve a spot on the next mission to Mars. So make sure that you sign up now at mars.nasa.gov for your boarding pass. As virtual celebrations are happening all over the globe, let's take a look at some of your submissions on our social channels, showing us how you're celebrating the Perseverance landing right now. And remember to hashtag Countdown to Mars and send those in. We would love to show them off. Look at these kids. They are getting so excited. Everyone's watching it. A lot of classrooms are watching it. Oh, and great, someone did a Lego version of Perseverance, which is awesome. It looks fantastic. We love getting all your pictures out there. We've gotten a lot of artwork from kids, which has been great. I know I have a 9-year-old John at home, and he loves to draw the rover. And look at that. That is awesome. That's better than anything I could bake, that's for sure. Perseverance in a cake. That looks so great. Delicious. I want to get into that. Another great send-in from David Bowie Reel. Thank you so much for your submissions. Remember, hashtag Countdown to Mars. We love to see how you're celebrating. Now, you might know our next guest from shows like Emily's Wonder Lab. Joining me now is Emily Calandrelli. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
Now, you are very passionate about getting kids interested in science and space exploration. Why do you think kids are so excited about space?
Well, I know the reason I'm excited about space, and I think it's the same reason that many others are excited about space, and it's that the people in the space industry work to answer two of the biggest questions that humans have ever asked. Are we alone in the universe, and where did we all come from? And by sending a rover to Mars, we are gaining evidence for the answers to these questions, more evidence than we ever had before, and I think that's so exciting.
It is, and I know you get loads of interesting questions from kids. Have you gotten any about Mars specifically?
Oh my gosh, yes. Everybody loves Mars. It's in movies and books and TV shows, and everybody loves Mars. So one of the things that I get asked a lot is that, it's called the red planet. Why is it red? Well, it's red because it's literally rusty. The top layer of soil on Mars has iron oxide in it, or rust, and rust has that brownish red color. So it's red because it's rusty. And also because it's red, they ask, is it red hot? Is it really hot on Mars? And well, no, actually, it's colder than the Earth. It's farther away from the sun. So as you would imagine, it's a little bit colder than the Earth. It also has a really thin atmosphere. So the heat that it does have, it has a hard time keeping in. And so it's a little bit colder. But then I also get asked, what would I weigh on Mars? That's a really fun question. So on Mars, it's a little bit smaller than the Earth, so the gravity there is weaker. It's about 3/8 the gravity that we have here on Earth. So if you weighed 100 pounds here on Earth, you'd weigh 38 pounds on Mars, or 100 kilograms here on Earth, 38 kilograms on Mars.
Those are all super fun. I think even some adults want to know the answers to those questions, Emily. Now, why do you think it's so important to educate kids about science and give them that great foundation?
Well, science is the language of nature, and learning about science and learning how to think like a scientist means you are learning how to systematically seek out truth in the world. You are learning the scientific method. You're learning how to be a critical thinker. And honestly, those skills are great for whatever you end up wanting to do in life.
True. If you want to be a scientist or an opera singer, that holds true. And what are you most excited about today?
I mean, humans are launching a robot to Mars. That doesn't happen every day. I think in all of the hecticness that is going on today and all of the nerves, I just hope everyone can take a moment to sit back and remember that we live in a time when humans have the ability to send a robot to another planet. And that's so cool to me.
It is very cool, Emily. Take a deep breath. Thanks for joining us here.
Thanks for having me.
Sending it back to you now, Raquel.
Thanks, Marina. We are offering lots of ways to ride along with us to Mars. Now put yourself right into the action now with our Perseverance photo booth. You can pose next to the rover, place yourself in our mission control, and even see what you might look like taking a selfie on the Red Planet. There, you'll also have a chance to sign up to send your name to Mars on NASA's next flight to the Red Planet. It's all available at go.nasa.gov/Mars 2020 Toolkit. And joining us now is JPL Chief Engineer and landing veteran Rob Manning. He will be breaking down key moments coming up, and very few people know more about landing on Mars than Rob, going back to the Pathfinder mission in 1997. Thanks for joining us today, Rob.
Thank you very much, Raquel, for having me here. And what a wonderful experience. What a wonderful day for a beautiful day in California. We're just all so excited here, anxious, worried, but very hopeful.
Rob, I have a question for you. There is a landing tradition at JPL that involves eating peanuts for good luck. Can you tell us how did that start?
Yes, it started in the mid-1960s. What happened was we had a series of missions that had failures. The Ranger program in the early 1960s, one after another, failed. And what happened was one day a fellow by the name of Dick Wallace on Ranger number 7, on the 7th attempt, decided to bring peanuts to the ops area just before the launch, and guess what? That mission worked. Now, we're not supposed to be too superstitious. We're engineers and scientists after all, but we love tradition. And ever since then, before launch and before critical events like entry, descent, landing, we have brought out peanuts and shared them with the team. And it's been really a wonderful little experience. And so this is something we're doing right now, and it's something that we just can't help ourselves. It's just part of the experience.
Oh, well, speaking of the experience, how did the Perseverance team keep the tradition alive this year?
Well, this year we passed out little packets of peanuts to the team, and they can sneak one peanut in their mouth as part of to keep the tradition alive. But this is part of the COVID experience, but we can't leave this one undone. So this is what we're doing, and this is going to help us land safely.
All right, thanks, Rob. I have some questions for you a little later on, but we're heading back to Swati Mohan, who is part of the landing team. She'll be calling out key milestone and events as they happen from Mission Control. So let's listen in right now.
So right now we're still about 20 minutes from entry, and the EL phase is giving a last-minute confirmation of what will be happening in the upcoming changes to the vehicle, just to remind the team.
This will allow us to steer our trajectory as we make our way through the atmosphere. This is one of the things that allowed MSL, the Curiosity rover, to land where it did. And we're depending on the same type of entry guidance this time around to help get us very close to our target. As we make our way through entry, finish our guided entry profile, we'll do a maneuver called heading alignment, where we point toward the target and get ready to deploy the parachute. But before we deploy the parachute, we need to get rid of a set of balanced masses that have been giving us a center of gravity, or CG offset, throughout the guided entry phase. So these are called the entry balance masses. We also call this maneuver SUFR, S-U-F-R, or straighten up and fly right. So we'll go ahead and eject those masses when we get a trigger from the GNC system telling us that we're at the appropriate range to the target to do so. As soon as we deploy those, we will no longer have a CG offset, and we'll be ready to deploy the parachute 17 seconds later.
Right where the Perseverance team is sitting now, what's in store for them as we approach landing?
I'm going to hold here for EO prep as we're about to start that anchor.
Copy, Piece 2. And activity, please call that out when it's ready. Copy, Flip.
I'm going to make the announcement now. Okay. Maggie's make the announcement that
Now, Rob, you've been right where the Perseverance team is sitting now. What's in store for them as we approach landing?
Well, this is the nail-biting time. Fortunately, we still have ones and zeros coming, but very soon, as we approach cruise stage separation, the transmitter on this rover we've been using all the way to get to Mars is going to be turned off. So we will lose our ability to see ones and zeros. But the good thing is, once the cruise stage is gone, there's another radio that will continue transmitting a tone, so that like a flashlight, that will allow us to at least see that the vehicle is still on, and that color of that flashlight tells us a little bit what state the rover's in. But soon after that, it won't be very long before we'll be able to hear more ones and zeros coming from the spacecraft. So this is a really exciting time, and it's just important to remind people there's a lot that can go wrong in a day like today. There are thousands of things that have to go right.
Yeah, we had success in the past landing on Mars. You'd think it gets easier, but it really doesn't. Why is it still so difficult?
Well, because it's involved thousands and thousands of things, hundreds of thousands of lines of code. There's 79 pyrotechnic devices. Each have to work perfectly. One critical wire short, or one key thing mechanism that doesn't work or breaks, and it's mission over. And so it's, and it's very easy. We're human beings. We're not perfect. Mistakes can be made. We count on each other to find our own mistakes, and we work very hard to learn from the mistakes of the past. We've had many failures. Remind people, roughly around half of the missions to Mars over history have failed. And so that could happen today too. Even though we've had a nice, wonderful string of successes in the United States, it's still still a bit of a gamble. A gamble that we have hoped that we have erred in the side of luck, and we've stacked the deck and loaded the dice to make this thing succeed. But if we do fail, and something bad happens today, I can tell you we're going to learn it. We'll have the data that tell us what happened. We'll know why. We'll figure it out, and if we are allowed, we will pick ourselves up and get us back on the horse. And if Congress and NASA allow, we will try again. As we always do, we will learn from our mistakes.
And what are the possible scenarios we could be looking at today?
Well, there's things like one of the key stressful elements for all of us is parachute inflation. But just even separating from the cruise stage is a pretty major event. Lots of devices have to work properly. Certainly, the heat shield separation, getting the descent engine started. There's no less than 16 rocket motors that have to work. 8 to control during entry, another 8 to control it during landing. I said it's a lot of stuff, and it all has to work. And guess what? We haven't done this before with this vehicle ever. This is its first attempt to actually land. We can't try this on Earth. We can't do. We don't have test pilots to try it out on this planet before the big show. So this vehicle is doing it for the first time. We've done the best testing we could do in bits and pieces, but it's as best as we could do. But I think our team is up to it. This team is the best. It's a diverse, intelligent, amazing group of people. People from all over the world who worked on this, not just here in California, but all over NASA, contributors from aerospace, universities, countries around the world. It is just an incredible, remarkable engineering achievement, and I am just so proud of this team.
Thanks, Rob. Now, let's listen back into Mission Control.
Flight, we're about 14 minutes from entry interface. The vehicle is currently preparing the heat rejection system that has kept the thermal system cool inside the air shell for about the last 6 months. This will allow the spacecraft to more easily cut the line in upcoming cruise stage separation, which is under 4 minutes now.
We have now enabled the rover Pyro bus.
That's the pyrotechnic system that's
we are powering off the cruise stage devices.
And these are the things in the cruise stage that we no longer need. With the pyrotechnic system working, we can explode the devices.
The vehicle is preparing for the upcoming cruise stage separation in about 3 minutes 15 seconds. by powering off all the devices on the cruise stage in order that they can be safe once the cruise stage is jettisoned.
Yeah, this cruise stage has been very reliable.
We are firing our first pyros to vent the HRS liquid and gas.
This has been the coolant that's kept their vehicle from getting too hot on the way to Mars. We have to vent it into space. And this is one of the first major events that take place as part of entry, descent, landing.
The HRS vent anchor is complete.
Yes.
We will see the next anchor in approximately 3 minutes.
Okay.
We are currently 12.5 minutes from entry interface. We are coming upon cruise stage separation in 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
What's happening now, Rob?
Okay, well, we're just waiting. The rover is completely in charge. It's doing all the things we've taught it how to do. It's all built into the software. We've tested it over and over and over again. This team has spent 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, testing this thing for years. And so this is really the culmination of all that work. So this vehicle is getting ready to push that cruise stage away. Once it gets pushed away, the entry system with the rover inside, with the rover still in charge, is going to get ready to take the vehicle, turn it to the right orientation, and aim it to Mars, and prepare for entering the atmosphere. This won't be long. Be prepared for this event.
We're about 1.5 minutes from cruise stage separation. About 11 minutes, 20 seconds from entry interface.
Okay, so it's about 10 minutes from cruise stage separation till entering the top of the atmosphere. From then out, things happen
We are
fast.
switching to MFSK tones. Telemetry will have stopped.
Telecom is confirming that the spacecraft has switched to broadcasting tones. These tones are received directly from Perseverance, but have very limited information content. We won't receive real-time information until about 9-10 minutes from now, once the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter starts relaying information from Perseverance. We are under 1 minute from cruise stage separation, about 10.5 minutes from entry interface.
It's getting exciting. I have to admit, I am quite anxious, but very hopeful that this machine is going to do what we asked it to do.
We are seeing the heartbeat tones.
Okay, that means that there's no more ones and zeros coming. It's just the vehicle telling us it's still alive.
We're continuing to receive tones from Perseverance, standing by for cruise stage separation. We have indication that cruise stage separation has been confirmed by the spacecraft.
We're off on a good start.
In about 1 minute, Perseverance's landing software will wake up and begin the final preparations for entry. The first action it will do is to fire warm-up pulses with its entry thrusters. These pulses ensure that the spacecraft gets the thrust that it wants during entry interface. We're about 9 minutes from entry interface.
Okay, so now the vehicle's on its own. It's turning itself into the direction of facing the heat shield toward Mars, and will eventually hitting the top of the atmosphere. We're not far away. This is going to go very quickly from here on out.
That's confirmation that we got shadowed by the cruise stage as it passed through our beam to the Earth.
Telecom indicated actually that we could see a signal that the cruise stage went between the Perseverance entry capsule and Earth. So we saw a little blip, the data stream indicating the cruise stage separation. We have confirmation that the vehicle has started warming up those entry thrusters. Warm-up pulses have begun. At this point, the spacecraft is trying to stop its spin from the cruise 2 revolutions per minute down to 0, and then will turn to its desired orientation from entry. It will separate the 2 balance masses that have kept it balanced during all of cruise. This will allow the entry capsule to have lift when it enters the atmosphere. We have confirmation that the spacecraft has turned to the desired entry attitude. We're about 7.5 minutes from entry interface.
Okay, the vehicle is pointed in the right direction. The thrusters are warmed up and doing their job. And now we've spun down from the 2 revolutions per minute that the vehicle had the whole way to Mars. It was a spin-stabilized spacecraft. And then from here on out, it's going to just be a bullet, and it's going to control its orientation and attitude via rockets on the back of that back shell.
Points carrier lock. The DTE from Radio Science from Green Bank reports carrier lock. Do you see the carrier on the downlink?
Flight level 1.
We are continuing to wait for entry interface. We're about 6 minutes and 45 seconds from entry interface. We have confirmation from Greenback that they are receiving direct-to-Earth telemetry via that path. The spacecraft Perseverance is currently transmitting heartbeat tones. These tones indicate that Perseverance is operating normally and has nothing significant to report. This is as expected. We're currently just over 6 minutes from entry interface.
Okay, and now we wait. As soon as we get to the top of the atmosphere, it will be very quickly, which is the entry point. It won't be very long before the atmosphere will start getting thicker and thicker. It's going very quickly at a fairly steep angle of 15 degrees into the atmosphere, and as it starts to slow down.
We're just under, we're about 5.5 minutes from entry interface. We're still receiving heartbeat tones. We expect to continue receiving heartbeat tones until about 5 minutes after entry. At that time, Perseverance will be no longer in view of our antennas here on Earth. About 90 seconds prior to entry, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter should begin receiving telemetry from Perseverance and streaming it to Earth in near real time. There are a few expected short outages, such as when we have a plasma blackout or when we enter the peak heating phase. Aside from these outages caused by the plasma blackout, antenna switching, or high dynamic events, spacecraft events, we should have telemetry until about 90 seconds after landing. A plasma blackout is when the signal from Perseverance isn't strong enough to make it through the superheated, super fast air flowing around the spacecraft all the way down to Earth. Once the temperature drops below that peak heating, we do reacquire the signal from Perseverance. We are currently about 4.5 minutes from entry interface. Perseverance continues to report heartbeat tones, indicating everything is nominal.
Okay, what we're looking for now is Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter should be in view soon of our vehicle and be able to listen to ones and zeros coming from a separate radio that's really designed to talk between spacecraft.
MRO reports the electro radio is powered on, ready to receive signals from the lander.
Okay, MRO is ready and able and waiting to hear from our rover.
Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter has reported that it's ready to receive the signals from Perseverance. It should be in a few minutes here. We're just
Flight Local 1
from entry interface.
We don't need these ones and zeros, as Swati said, but to land safely, but we really need it for our own health and well-being today to keep our nerves under control. But
around this time, a second spacecraft, MAVEN, should begin picking up telemetry from Perseverance and will continue to record that telemetry until several minutes post-landing. We won't get that data for several hours after landing as it's being recorded and then will be forwarded to Earth later. We are continuing to receive heartbeat tones, indicating that everything is nominal. We're currently at about 3 minutes until entry interface.
Okay. Very soon we'll be getting ones and zeros, I hope, from our radio on the rover. The entry interface is nothing more than just an arbitrary place in the sky that we've defined to be above the atmosphere. But from that point on, there's definitely atmosphere, and above it there isn't.
We are 2 minutes from entry interface. Perseverance is to transmit heartbeat tones, indicating everything is nominal.
So the tones can tell us whether something's bad or not is happening. So far the heartbeat is doing well. So the vehicle thinks it's in good shape to land, which is a great sign.
We're just under 2 minutes from entry interface. As it gets closer to Mars, Perseverance is actually being pulled in by gravity and accelerating. By the time Perseverance reaches entry interface point, she should be going just under 5.4 kilometers per second. We're at about 90 seconds from entry interface and standing by for Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter to pick up the telemetry. We are 1 minute from entry interface.
MROs are in receive mode.
We have confirmation that the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter is now relaying data from Perseverance. We're about 30 seconds from entry interface. Perseverance is going about 5.2 kilometers per second and is about 190 kilometers altitude above the surface of Mars.
Confirm your jet data flow.
About seconds from entry interface. 5.3 kilometers per second and an altitude of about 150 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have confirmation of entry interface. Perseverance is currently going 5.3 kilometers per second at an altitude of about 120 kilometers from the surface of Mars. The spacecraft is now waiting until it begins feeling the atmosphere of Mars to slow it down. Once there is enough atmosphere, it will start controlling its path to the landing target. Navigation is also confirming that we can see a little bit of that slowdown of the atmosphere on the Perseverance entry capsule. Our current velocity is about 5.36 kilometers per second and an altitude of about 67 kilometers from the surface.
We are probably seeing MRO plasma blackout at this point.
The vehicle should be doing its turns right now.
MRO has lost log.
Perseverance We have indications that Perseverance is now performing bank reversals in the atmosphere. These are the steps in order to control its distance to the landing target. Perseverance has just passed through the point of maximum deceleration and has indicated that it felt approximately 10 Earth Gs of deceleration.
MRO has lock again.
We saw a small outage of the UHF telemetry from Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter during that peak heating phase, likely caused by the plasma blackout. Perseverance is still continuing to perform bank reversals in the atmosphere to control its distance to the landing target. Perseverance is going about 1 kilometers per second at an altitude of about 16 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have entered heading alignment, which means Perseverance is no longer trying to control the distance to Mars, but to the target on Mars, but instead is flying straight to the target.
Parachute.
Our current velocity is about 550 meters per second at an altitude of about 15 kilometers from the surface.
MRO is reporting good telemetry log.
We are coming upon the straighten up. We are starting the straighten up and fly right maneuver, where the spacecraft will jettison the entry balance masses in preparation for parachute deploy and to roll over to give the radar a better look at the ground.
Yes, yes, yes.
The navigation has confirmed that the parachute has deployed, and we are seeing significant deceleration in the velocity. Our current velocity is 440 meters per second at an altitude of about 12 kilometers from the surface of Mars. Perseverance is now slowed to subsonic speeds, and the heat shield has been separated. This allows both the radar and the cameras to get their first look at the surface. Current velocity is 145 meters per second at an altitude of about 9.5 kilometers above the surface.
Yes, yes, yes.
Perseverance now has radar lock on the ground. Current velocity is about 100 meters per second, 6.6 kilometers of the surface of Mars. Perseverance is continuing to descend on the parachute. We are coming up on the initialization of terrain relative navigation and subsequently the priming of the landing engines. Our current velocity is about 90 meters per second at an altitude of 4.2 kilometers. We have confirmation that the lander vision system has produced a valid solution and part of terrain relative navigation. We have priming of the landing engines. Current velocity is 83 meters per second at about 2.6 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have confirmation that the back shell has separated. We are currently performing the divert maneuver. Current velocity is about 75 meters per second at an altitude of about a kilometer off the surface of Mars.
TRN Safety Bravo.
We have completed our terrain relative navigation, Current speed is about 30 meters per second, altitude of about 300 meters off the surface of Mars. We have started our constant velocity accordion, which means we are conducting the sky crane, about to conduct the sky crane maneuver.
We've lost direct-to-Earth tones.
As expected. As expected.
Sky crane maneuver has started. About 20 meters off the surface.
We're getting signals from MRO.
UHF is good.
Touchdown confirmed. Perseverance safely on the surface of Mars, ready to begin seeking the sands of past life. At this point, the descent stage has flown away to a safe distance. Perseverance is continuing to transmit direct through Mars Autonomous Orbiter to Earth.
Oh my God. Oh. Oh.
MRO reports they're still getting telemetry from the lander.
All right, all stations.
We got it.
Touchdown confirmed. We're going to wait for the images.
Wow.
This is so exciting. The team is beside themselves. It's so surreal. Stay tuned. We might get some pictures.
That'd be great.
So much has been riding on this.
Yeah, we just heard the news that Perseverance is alive on the surface of Mars.
It's not
Flight, we have seen the completion of EDL 3000. Copy activity. That is as expected.
MRO is still seeing a strong signal from the lander.
We have just heard the news that Perseverance is alive on the surface of Mars. Congratulations to the mission. And looks like we have some more news in. It looks like we're getting the first image. Here, take a look at the first image.
Flight, this is OL3. I have the target point on the map when you are ready. We are ready, OL3. Go for it. Flight, I'll be moving in, showing you the safe zone that we've landed in.
Just put the first image from Perseverance on the surface of Mars. Now, it comes from the engineering cameras known as the Hazard camera. This camera is mainly used to help the rover drive safely around Mars, and we will get higher resolution photos later in the day.
Look at that, right? You get the stakes.
Let's see our engine. Nice. This is amazing.
Here's Andrew.
For Steve. Stand by for Steve.
You did it. You did it. You did. You led the team. You made it happen, man. Congratulations,
We just got our second image in. Our second image is in.
Okay, these we have a camera in the front and rear of the spacecraft. They're near the ground, so these are pretty close. You can see the wheels there, and they're a little dirty because we've got glass covers over these cameras. But we took these seconds after landing, so there's still dust in the air from our landing event. So this is happening. This happened just seconds ago. Just arrived, and this is really amazing. And we even know where we landed. This is the most amazing thing. The vehicle has told us where it's landed because it figured it out. This is a sign. NASA works. NASA works. And when we put our arms together and our hands together and our brains together, we can succeed. This is what NASA does. This is what we can do as a country. On all of the problems we have, we need to work together to do these kinds of things and make success happen.
And joining us now is the acting administrator of NASA, Steve Jurczyk. Steve, welcome and congratulations.
Hey, thank you. What an amazing day.
How does it feel to have another rover on Mars?
It's amazing to have Perseverance join Curiosity on Mars, and just a credit to the team. I mean, just what an amazing team to work through all the adversity that goes and all the challenges that go with landing a rover on Mars, plus the challenges of COVID, and just an amazing accomplishment.
And what does this mean for NASA and its future plans?
So for robotic exploration, every time we execute a mission with new instruments, we discover new things and things we never thought we would discover. So that always informs our future robotic missions, both landers, rovers, and orbiters. This mission also has technology on it. One of the cool things is the Ingenuity helicopter. It's an experiment on this mission, but if it's successful, we can use it as an science observation platform by putting instruments on it, and also use it as a scout for future rover missions, and then just the entry, descent, and landing capability. It'll allow us to land more larger, more ambitious robots on the surface of Mars, and then for human exploration. We have the MEDLI, Mars Entry, Descent, and Landing Instrumentation, which is going to give us EDL information. We have the Mars Environmental Dynamics Analyzer. It's going to give us size and properties of dust particles, because when we send people, we're going to have to deal with that dust. This is just an incredible mission because of the science and the technology, and then caching samples for a Mars sample return mission. That will be an amazing mission, the first round trip to Mars and back, and bringing those samples cached by Perseverance back to Earth to examine with state-of-the-art equipment in our laboratories here on Earth.
We have so much to look forward to. And we also have a student question coming in from Landon. Let's take a look.
Hi, my name is Landon Applegate. I'm in 6th grade, and I'm going to Academy for Academic Excellence. And my question is, do you think we could get resources from Mars to help on future missions, or even as like a launching point?
Great question, Landon. Actually, we have an experiment called the Mars Oxygen in situ resource utilization experiment, or MOXIE, and it's going to demonstrate generating oxygen from atmospheric CO2, and that could help generate breathable oxygen, and even if we can liquefy it, oxidizer for propulsion systems. So that's a tech demo on Perseverance. And then we're going to continue to characterize the frozen water on and below the surface of Mars, and eventually try to figure out how to extract that water from the Martian soil, or what we call regolith, and then we can use that for potable water and also break it down into oxygen and hydrogen for rocket fuel. So absolutely, we're going to try to eventually figure out how to live off the land to support human missions to Mars.
Thanks for taking the time to talk to us today, Steve.
Thank you.
And now that Perseverance has safely touched down on Mars, let's learn more about what's in store for the rover. Joining us now is Surface Mission Manager Jessica Samuels. Jessica, your surface operations team has now taken over. What are they doing now?
Yes. Hi, Raquel. We are so excited here in the Surface Mission Support area. The team will do a handover with the entry, descent, and landing team and pass any critical information. And then this team behind us will be the team that does the health and safety assessments daily as we progress on this mission.
And what do the upcoming weeks look like for your team?
So as we enter Mars time now, the commanding team will be working overnight while the rover is asleep so that we can perform the initial checkouts of our key rover functions and our science instruments. And we have to do this all in time for the regularly scheduled communication pass, which happens in the morning. And so we will be working around the clock, making sure that Perseverance is healthy, and we will begin this exciting adventure.
And can you tell me, what's it like living on Mars time?
It's a little bit like constantly, flying and changing your time zone. The rover, on Earth, the rover wakes up at the same time every day, but on Earth, that's 40 minutes later. So the team is going to be shifting our work schedule by 40 minutes as we come into work over the next few weeks. So it'll be exciting and some late nights, but we're also excited and we can't wait.
It's a whole new lifestyle.
Yes.
We also have a student question for you. This is Sophia's video.
Hi, my name is Sofia Lopez, and my question for NASA is, how's Perseverance gonna survive? And here's a drawing that I made from Perseverance thinking about Earth. Thank you.
Well, Sophia, Perseverance survives with a power source that charges its batteries overnight while it sleeps, and it keeps heaters on so that all of our critical electronics can stay warm, as well as our mechanism. But it's really survived by the team that performs the health and safety assessments every day and communicates with the rover and makes sure that she's doing okay.
Well, thanks for your time, Jessica, and good luck living on Mars time.
Thank you. Should be fun.
Let's head back to Marina as she gives us a sneak peek into the future at JPL.
Thanks so much, Raquel. It's definitely bustling behind me. It's not quiet like it was just 20 minutes ago. And congrats to the whole team. What an amazing accomplishment. Mike Watkins is the director of NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. He was the mission manager during the Curiosity rover landing on Mars. Welcome, Mike.
Oh, thanks. Glad to be here. You can see all my mask markings on.
Well, you were just celebrating, and rightly so. Now, you've been around for a number of Mars landings. What makes this one special?
Well, two things. I mean, it's the biggest and best rover we've ever sent to Mars, and it can really, do amazing things in terms of, its own scientific exploration of this habitable environment, at Jezero. But, it's also, as you've heard today, it's the first step in Mars sample return. So really, it's not only doing its own mission, it's setting us up for a series of missions and to bring those samples back. And, a lot of the effort to develop the rover was specifically designed, for that sampling and caching system. It's one of the most complex robotic systems ever made. And having it down safely means Mars sample return continues right on course, and we are moving forward.
Wonderful. Now, JPL has a long history with robotic space exploration. Why do you think it's so important to continue to push those boundaries?
There's a lot of reasons. I mean, obviously, for places that are far away, like Mars, and even farther away, like Europa, right now, robotic exploration is the only way we can make these scientific discoveries and really understand these early habitable environments. In the case of Europa, maybe it's even still habitable. And, we're not ready to go there with astronauts yet, but the robots are ready to go there. And so we always, are forerunners and pathfinders of human exploration. And we start by sending, our eyes and arms there in the form of a robot. And it is just fantastic to be able to do that and to learn from each rover, learn from the science and the engineering, and make the next one better and make more and more discoveries. And every time we do one of these missions, we make fabulous discoveries. And each one is more exciting than the last.
The future does look exciting. Now, as director of JPL, what would you like to say to those teams right now celebrating?
Oh, obviously they have earned it. Let me tell you. I mean, they have worked, for years and years on this mission. And then in the past year, of course, we had the COVID experience. And I want to thank not only the team, but also, all of JPL. A lot of folks had to pitch in here, in terms of making sure our remote telework, our IT systems were good enough to support folks working from home. All of the folks looking at PPE and our safe distancing and reconfiguring facilities to make them safe for the employees. It's just an incredible amount of work by the entire lab, and of course, especially by this team. And and in one sense, the 7 minutes of terror are very exciting. But on the other hand, the mission's just started, right? We built the mission, not to land, but actually to drive and get the samples and do other technology, demonstrations. And so, for much of the team, this part of the mission's over. But for most of the team, the mission's really just starting. And so, I think they're very excited. But everybody, I think, can take a deep breath and a sigh of relief now that we are safely down on the surface.
Yes, that collective sigh of relief, and I hear a lot of excitement and celebration behind me as well. So thanks so much for joining me, Mike.
It's my pleasure, and thanks to everyone for joining us, too.
Congrats again to the Mars 2020 Perseverance team for a successful landing. Back to you, Raquel.
Now, there will be a flight test coming up for the Ingenuity Mars helicopter, and if this technology experiment is successful, it would mark the first time we have taken a power-controlled flight on another planet.
Sometimes you have to do something just to show that you can do it. When the Wright brothers flew for the first time, they flew an experimental aircraft. And in the same way, the Mars helicopter is designed to show that we can fly powered helicopter flight in the Martian atmosphere.
From day one, this was the unwavering dream of our team, to get our helicopter launched to Mars so that we can get the opportunity to do the very first rotorcraft flight test in the actual environment of Mars. It's extremely difficult to fly at Mars because the atmosphere is so thin. Compared to Earth, at Mars it's less than 1%. So the first and foremost challenge is to make a vehicle that's light enough to be lifted. And then the second is to generate lift. The rotor system has just been very fast. 2,000, 2,200, 2,400, 2,600. We're spinning between 2,000 and 3,000 revolutions per minute, and it takes a lot of energy. So it's that balance of a very light system, yet having enough energy that's needed to spin the rotor so fast to lift, and on top of it, having to design in the autonomy.
It has to be fully autonomous from the time it takes off to the time it lands. What we do on the ground is we plan the flights, and so we determine from here where we want the helicopter to go.
Our experiment window is 30 Martian days. So we have planned up to 5 flights of incremental difficulty.
The very first flight, the main thing is we want to get the legs off the ground, and so we will basically go up about 3 meters, and we'll hover there, and then we'll come down again, and that will be the first, really major milestone.
Most of our flights will be at the 3 to 5 meter height. We will be going horizontally again at a few meters per second, probably go out, 50, 70 meters and come back. In successive flights, we'll probably push that further, try to go further. So our priority will be to get back engineering telemetry and not so much images, but I'm sure we'll return a few, because they'll always look cool.
At this point, we've tested all we can on Earth. We have mathematical models that shows how it'll fly at Mars, and we've tested it in the simulated environment that we can create on Earth. It really is time now to do the real flight tests at Mars.
Nothing is a given, but we have done everything we can in terms of a test program here on Earth. The vehicle's performing extremely well so far. It's been doing exactly the right thing, even right now when it's bolted onto the Perseverance rover. So there's a very good chance that we'll pull it off, yes. But it's still high risk, and none of us forget that you could have a glitch that, could mean end of mission, yes.
It's going to be exciting, reacting to any surprises we have. We can't wait. What's really most important is everything we're learning here is for the future rotorcraft systems that we want to introduce into space exploration.
Mimi Ang is the project manager for Ingenuity. She joins us now as they await a chance to check out their helicopter in the coming days. Welcome, Mimi.
Thank you, Marina.
Oh my goodness, we've been talking about this for months, Mimi. Did you ever think you'd be here at this point? I mean, what's going on in your head right now?
This is super exciting. We have been working on Mars helicopter for over 6 years, testing and carefully designing it for operation at Mars. So what's going through my mind? Ingenuity Mars helicopter is finally at the destination that it is designed for.
Now that Ingenuity is on Mars, what is the timeline you hope to accomplish as you move forward?
We have a series of major milestones between now and Ingenuity's first flight. So tomorrow we'll turn on the helicopter and its base station to confirm health after experiencing the dynamics through the EDL just now. And the next major milestone will be when the rover deploys the helicopter to the surface. And that marks the first moment that Ingenuity operates on its own in a standalone manner. And surviving that first cold, frigid night of Mars will be a major milestone. We'll execute a series of checkouts, and then we will perform that very important first flight. And if the first flight is successful, we have up to 4 more flights in the 30 Martian days that we have set aside for our flight experiments.
And that's when you finally can breathe, right, Mimi?
Yes.
Now, why is it so important to have that aerial dimension to space exploration?
A helicopter flying far ahead of rovers and astronauts in the future can provide high-definition reconnaissance information for the rovers and the astronauts before they take the long journeys. And as importantly, being able to fly will enable us to get to places that we cannot get to with rovers and astronauts, like sites of steep cliffs, deep inside crevices, areas of high scientific interest. It will be game-changing.
Game-changing is right, and we've talked about this a lot. You've mentioned the risk is huge, Mimi, but the reward is high. What will be your greatest reward?
Our team started with the question of whether a helicopter can fly at Mars, given the extremely thin environment. And we systematically demonstrated a series of technical steps. We demonstrated lift first, and then we demonstrated lift and the first ever powered control rotorcraft flight in simulated Mars atmospheric density. And then we went on to build the full-up helicopter that can not only fly, but operate and survive autonomously at Mars, all under 1.8 kilograms, about 4 pounds. And each of these major milestones have been a first. And the success at each of these has been so rewarding. And along the way, the rewards just kept coming. And I have to tell you, at this moment, it's going up exponentially. So after all these tests, analysis, simulations, and more tests on Earth, our team now gets a chance to test, prove, and learn how it works in the actual environment of Mars. Our team can't ask for a bigger reward than that.
Oh, Mimi, I'm so happy for you and your team. And now we're going to take a question from social media on Instagram for you. At Not Vibhuti asks, is the helicopter going to be doing science?
Well, the helicopter Ingenuity is a technology demonstration, and we are demonstrating the ability to fly and learning how to fly for the very, very first time. And so this is a technology demonstration and a pathfinder for future larger rotorcraft, future missions that will carry much larger instruments. So on this mission, we're not doing any science. We're concentrating on engineering data. How did the vehicle perform? And as you saw Bob Belram in the video before, we will be taking a few first ever color pictures from the flying aerial vantage point, but they'll be icing on the cake. For this one, this is all about engineering data and how do we fly compared to all our tests we have done on Earth.
Mimi, so much for your team and the future generations of scientists and engineers to look forward to.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Mimi, and good luck to your team with that first test flight.
Thank you so much.
Now, we look forward to the Perseverance rover and Ingenuity helicopter beginning their journeys on Mars as their adventures are just about to start. Go Perseverance and go Ingenuity. Back to you, Raquel.
Thanks, Marina. Landing on Mars is never easy, but this team has persevered, and NASA's 5th rover is on the red planet. You can still hear them buzzing in the back right now. And to get the latest updates on Perseverance as it explores Mars, follow at NASA Persevere on Facebook and Twitter. I'd like to thank everyone watching for joining us today. And to the students and teachers tuning in, we hope you learned a lot from today's landing, and thank you for all your questions. We have a news briefing coming up at 2:30 p.m. Pacific Time. That briefing will wrap up the day and include reactions from Perseverance team members. We'll leave you now with some of the landing celebration photos you've shared with us, set to Youngblood's cover of David Bowie's Life on Mars. I'm Raquel Villanueva. Thanks for watching.
It's a god of a small affair.